Hello, everybody! How's it going? Hey, guys! Yeah, so... some crazy news that... in a way... I guess we all kind of suspected, but shocking nonetheless. Absolutely shocking. Douglas Diaz, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. It's been a... I don't even know how to feel about it, guys. The AME graduation... I started my channel talking about Myth. And I wasn't ready. I knew she had slowed down her activities considerably, but I wasn't ready for her to leave us yet. But since they didn't call it a graduation and they still say that she's going to be affiliated, I feel like the blow hits a little bit less hard because I can cope that we're gonna see her again. You know what I mean? She went one step further and made it more official than Gura. Yeah, I wanted to take some days off and not stream this week because I kind of just want to lock on my scripts right now, like my YouTube videos. I'm so into this research and these things that I've been discovering, and I'm like going into all these rabbit holes, and it's kind of like when it's the same feeling as when you're locked inside your room with all the lights closed and not talking to anybody for several days. I just wanted to stay in there, but I gotta crawl back to the surface and talk about these things. Wait, hold up. Your mom's Oshi with a new sub on the Twitch side. Wait, that's a banger name. I really like your name, dude. And a resub from Cyrus Found Sun. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, it is September. Right. I should probably promote that. Crazy couple days. There was the fruit stuff. That was yesterday, I believe. And no, it was before yesterday. And last night was Ame, which like I saw scrolling on my phone at 2 a.m. as I was about to go to sleep. And then Ironmouse got her channel terminated as well, and we're gonna talk about it today. That's crazy too. And then there's also a dispute between 2 male VTubers, Sans and Vane. And one person, Vane, dropped a Google Doc on Sans, and then Sans just responded. And I haven't seen the response yet. I've seen the first Google Doc. So we're gonna take a look at that. Her YouTube channel, no, not her VOD channel. Her VOD channel, we're talking about Ironmouse here. Her Ironmouse VOD channel got terminated a few weeks ago, I think. And today, like just now, like before starting this, I think an hour ago, I received that came on my feed that she her main YouTube channel got terminated. Her main YouTube channel. I'm hoping she'll get it back. I have no idea what caused it. Is it because of the other YouTube channel where they talked to the same email? I have no clue. I'm sure she's gonna update us once she's probably working on it in the background right now. Submissive Timber. Ooh, oh yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. What the hell happened? Well, she doesn't give us much detail, so we can't really know. We can only speculate. She pinned a message, or did she? I just saw a tweet. Did she do a pinned message that I didn't see? There's been a couple instances of a YouTube channel like going down and being reinstated after a couple days. Like it's happened to Vaybase's channel, so I'm still hopeful. Waper, thank you so much for the Twitch resub. Thank you. what's going on with Twitch anymore. And in my Discord channel right now, we started a thread about all of the VTuber Twitch bans to help out Armchair Expert, because he is like, you know, he's compiling some database to do a stream on it. And oh my god, you know what? You guys don't even understand the scope of this until you see the thread. Because that thread, there's over 50 crazy Twitch bans on it, and that's just me skimming through it like really quickly. So yeah. And today Twitch rolled, like, they made a couple announcements, and one of them was them claiming that they were going to make some changes to the YouTube strike feature. So we'll see what they mean by that. Oh, it's like a bunch of, you know, it's the thread is really, really long. A bunch of things. For example, okay, I can open them real quick. Let me just switch my overlay. That's it's super frustrating to go through it. I guess we'll just start with that. Yeah, we'll just start with the chiller news and then build up. So they've announced a few things because there's TwitchCon San Diego right now. There's the sharing clips feature that's going to be a lot easier. There's going to be a clip carousel which highlights the best moment from your stream. There's the shared chat feature, which you can combine chats together during a collab. So let's say me and Rosie Belmu do another collab together. We'll have our chat merge, which that could be cool, but you'd have to, you know, merge them together. You'd have to enable. I hope there's like just an opt-out option in case you don't want it. Enhanced broadcasting, so they're offering 2K streaming next year. An interactive way to use your bits. I don't really care about that, not gonna lie. And they're launching an official Twitch YouTube channel, which will feature big announcements and patch notes and VODs and educational content. But what interests me is the strike system. We're updating our approach to strikes by introducing strike expiration. Low severity strikes will no longer put streamers' livelihood at risk, but will still enforce the rules for major violation. Plus, we're adding more transparency by showing you exactly what led to a strike. Thank you. Thank you. We're finally gonna know why we're getting striked. You know, there are just so many. There's, well, there's Shondo that we've seen recently. There's Lena Lazar that got a 24-hour ban due to inappropriate attire. There is... Well, there was the Shondo thing with her birthday. There's Feifei, who calls out Twitch after their 7 ban demanding answers. Remember Scarly, by the way? Who got her had her account indefinitely suspended because of the hype train in her offline chat. There's Zentreya. That's very recent. Yeah, Lydia's in that thread too. There's this other VTuber called Delta, says that she got hate rated and mass reported, and then Twitch support replies saying it was not due to mass report, but rather that she had an appropriate image in her bottom right overlay. And I guess it was somebody in her Discord call. There's Clotho from Mythos saying that she got a strike for sexual teams. She says it happened to her twice, then they took down her VOD and you cannot get it back when you get smacked with it. Oh, that one's gone. Back in May, there was a few others. Kitty Flute here is saying that she got indefinitely banned on Twitch. They accepted her appeal, but the account is still banned. 7-day suspension rejected. Indefinite suspension accepted. What? And then Lydia, which I've commented under, saying she was singing a cute song and got flagged for sexual themes. Not only that, but now it's an account warning. And I think the next day she said that now it's... Oh yeah, she got that one too. She was just playing this game and she got striked for sexual content. And then the next day... she tweets, "Holy flipping car, I returned to Twitch today after a day off after getting a sexual team flag. Now her account is forced to apply sexual teams and I cannot remove it for 6 days." So I'm a little scared of streaming on Twitch right now. Because it seems like I don't do... like, you don't need to do anything sexual. Like, not even the people who abide by the rules are safe. That's the problem. Hey, good win. Thank you for the resub. Happy 2-month, good win. Twitch is fine if your boobas are 3D and capable of being touched. They can even stream with no clothes. Yeah, there was somebody posted a... I can't show you guys that, but it's like a girl who's got a butt cam. And her butt is basically bare. Like, we don't even see the underwear, we just see cheeks. And that's fine, I guess. That doesn't get a strike. Remember when Mooper got banned for drawing a frog eating an egg? That's so insane. Twitch hates VTubers now. And I think it's got something to do with the flagging system. TikTok was a bit like that before, or it still is. At one point, TikTok was really big, okay? And VTubers could make a lot of money there. But suddenly, all the VTubers started getting shadow banned, and I think it's got something to do with the automated system that flags maybe the bobas. I'm not sure, but all of my videos got shadow banned. Merryweather also had a huge account, also had to let go of that account because he was like shadow banned, so it's a little weird. Holy shit. Monocle Gentleman. Monocle Gentle Sir, thank you for the Akasupa. What the hell? Silent Akasupa? No. Nothing? No message? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gentle Sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Man, you guys making me want to stream more often. Kiwasa, HN, Aqua, Ame, sad year for A's. I know, we're losing all the A's, man. Yeah, drops an Akasupa, doesn't elaborate. So, regarding Amelia Watson, let's get into it. Coefficient briefly dropped a video on it. I believe he said that he bought the cosplay and he's gonna cosplay Amelia Watson before her graduation. So I'm actually excited for that. New sub offered by Go Game Horse Lover. What the hell is this name? Hello? Who made this account? Thank you for the gifted sub. So Around 2 a.m. EST last night, I think it was 9 p.m. PST, we received an announcement from Hololive Production English regarding Amelia Watson. Thank you for your continued support of Hololive Production. We have come to announce that Watson Amelia, a member of Hololive English, will conclude all of her channel and social media activities on September 30th, 2024. We would like to thank all of her amazing fans and everyone involved for their warm support. Though her channel activities will end, Watson Amelia will remain an affiliate of Hololive Production moving forward. We kindly request you to refrain from contacting our talent regarding this matter, and would like to sincerely thank you for your continued support and encouragement of Amelia Watson. Saj, everybody was speculated on my tweet that she would become like part of staff and stuff, but she went live to explain or to give out more details about her graduation. It's very short. We can listen to all of it. And in that stream, she also has a pinned comment saying, "Hello, thank you all for the kind comments and wishes. To sum everything up, I will be concluding my general activities such as streaming, event participation, and regular content, but every once in a while I will be participating in different Hololive projects. This is a new step for everyone, so please wait patiently to see where it goes. I did get a little emotional as so many memories of amazing times on stream with chat and friends flew through my mind though. Sorry about that. Please read the official post here. And just to clear up some misconceptions, I will not be joining staff, but if anyone ever needs any tech help, I will try my best to assist if I can." Oh! Snow Golem Kirby got a gifted sub from Sayus Fonsan. Thank you so much for the gifted, bros. Thank you. Alright, so let's take a look at this. I haven't watched the whole thing. I've only like skimmed through, but it's kind of interesting if you guys want to watch it with me.
But yeah, so I'm announcing the conclusion of my Amelia Watson's general activities. Although technically not a graduation by name. My last day here, my last day streaming, will be on September 30th. So, you know, we have a little over 11 days. And I know it sounds kind of confusing, but an official post from the company will be up shortly explaining with more details. So yeah, my final stream will be on September 30th. I know you guys probably have a lot of questions. And this decision was really difficult for me to make. And I've barely been able to function the last few weeks. And I do apologize for that. I just kind of let the anxiety get the better of me. And now I do have a small list of reasons behind why I decided, but none of them are personal or private circumstances, so, you know, don't concoct any crazy rumors, okay? My reasons are really simple, but it's not something I'm going to be getting into.
I think what she means by that is that she doesn't want somebody to spin some narrative like, oh, she's not happy at Hololive or something like that. Right?
And I can never thank you guys enough for all the support you've shown. Hololive, you know, joining Hololive has changed my life in a lot of ways, so...
Yeah! It's changed our life too. Oh, I didn't press play. Or I did.
Sorry, you know, I've been able to make so many friends and memories that I always hold dear.
What term would this be, since graduation means quitting? I think it's a soft graduation. Just they don't want to call it graduation because this is something completely new. It's we've never had an affiliate before. But I gotta say, I do like this concept, and why not? I mean, why not? If you can do it, why not? It doesn't matter if it's been done before or not, or if there is precedent. It's cool that, you know, they'll keep her sort of around, and she's gonna be able to come and go as she please, I guess. I was gonna start speculating on the reasons, but you know what? Let's just finish the video first. No, she's not going to be a manager. She said that she wasn't going to be part of staff.
So thank you guys. Thank you. 本当にありがとうございます。And I also wanted to say that every single talent that I've met has been so kind. They're all so amazing, and they each all have their own special, warm presence. And I hope you can continue to support them. I know that I will always be a fan, even as I, go on this journey that I'm going on alone. So please continue to watch them, do their best. And to the staff and management, I hope we continue to keep what the talents want above all else, And I say that because I had a lot of demands, you could say. So thank you to the staff for being so patient and flexible with me. So yeah, that's it for me for now. For the next 10 days, or 10 days, we're gonna have a few endurance streams, because there's 2 games in particular I want to finish off. I'm also planning to do a charity stream, and I've already got a ton of collabs, fun stuff lined up, as well as continuing Holo GTA, and 2 more member streams, and then our grand finale. So yeah, thank you guys so much again. I will talk more later with you guys. I will still be streaming Holo GTA later as well, around the same time I started yesterday. So if you guys, could try to take it easy, and everything's gonna be okay. It might be hard to see now, but yeah, I do think that everything's gonna turn out okay. Yeah, I believe it, and after everything, I feel like you guys also helped me believe in myself. You guys taught me that the Ame way is too strong, too stubborn. So thank you again, and please wait for the official post from Cover. It will explain it in better details, this announcement. So thank you guys again, and I will see you later. I will see you tomorrow.
I feel like the official post didn't really give more details. Thank you so much, Sayus Fountain, for gifting a sub to Dinoob Assassin. Yeah, the official post is very vague. So yeah, I believe she's probably just, going to lend her voice for some project, maybe do some cameo appearances on some concert. The way I see it, okay, it's going to be a weird metaphor, but bear with me. It's like when you watch a reality show and each season there's like different contestants, but like sometimes they bring back some of the contestants for like 1 episode or 2, and they're like recurring characters. That's kind of how I picture it. So in light of that, there's a Yago that tweeted about Ame's departure. Thank you for all of your hard work streaming and growing with us until now, Amelia. Although things will change, we look forward to working with you again in the future. Please keep in touch. Do you think she decided to quit? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, she's my theory is that she's burnt out on streaming. I think that was mostly the thing, and even a few months ago, or back when I did my, it was more than a few months ago. It was back when I made my video on Amelia Watson. So probably almost a year ago now. She was already saying that she was burnt out on collabs, and she used to collab a lot. It's this whole Aqua and Ame retiring has been making me think about, you know, how long even I expect to do this content creation stuff. And I think the answer really differs from content creator to content creator. Some people, they only see themselves doing this for a couple of years. And then some others are thinking of it more long term. But it's impossible to predict how you're gonna feel a couple of years from now. I still see myself doing it. I mean, as long as there's gonna be interest in what I do, as long as you guys will watch me, I'll try to be there. I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, like 4 years is a long time, especially on the internet. It feels a lot longer than what you actually experience. And with streaming, especially like the regular streamers, the ones that don't just rely on YouTube videos, I do think that the circumstances are a bit different, because you feel like you can't take a break most of the time. It feels like you gotta stream all the time, and if you go away for a week or 2 weeks, it might be really damaging for your brand. But then there's all the, you know, burnout issues, so people end up just quitting. I just end up taking a break. But I'm a little lucky because I could not stream for a week, and you guys would probably barely notice it because, you know, I still release videos. Or I could plan my videos in advance and schedule that, and then it'll be fine. But for the reality of streamers, and I think Sayu touched about it on Twitter not long ago, is that there's an immense pressure. I can't speak. There's an immense pressure to just keep going, keep on going while you're relevant until you're not. But maybe, you know, some people just fade out of the light. Some people, they stay at the top the whole time. So for these people who are always like, oh, I gotta keep going, I gotta keep going, then they never get to take a break. For years, they're just gonna be grinding. So I think the answer probably lies in a balance of all of this. Me right now, I have, you know, some family members that are a bit sick, so it's making me reconsider how I divide my time, because, you know, I realized that some time with the people you love is limited, and you gotta, you know, there's work, and then there's family, and even though you dedicate yourself to work and to the things that you love, because I do love what I do, it's my passion. So what I do really does fulfill me. I still need to take some time with the people that I love to, and, you know, take care of them, because health, it doesn't always stay. Rima, please don't go. I'm not going anywhere. I'm actually one of those that I'm like, I'm gonna stay. I'm like Marine. You know, Marine had a similar answer. I'm too much of a hag to go anywhere else. No one else will take me. Thank you for the Akasupa. In 50 years, in my funeral, you're gonna do the eulogy. Call it a long career, Rima. Ha, I hope so. It's gonna be like when Marvel brings back old actors to do the same, like in No Way Home on a new... No! Oh my god, totally! Totally! It's gonna be exactly that. When they make like a cameo appearance of a few minutes. Horse, fox, or any other animal, we will love you. By the end of my career, we'll have gone through every single animal. Don't worry, horses live long today. Why did GPT shout my hag love? Let's go! Thank you! Hashtag hag love, guys. Bro, you guys are insane today. Thank you. When did they reanimate Princess Leia? Or how they brought back a hologram of Luke in like those new Jedi movies. Or oh, never mind, this one's a spoiler and I'm not sure everybody would know about it. It's a Dune spoiler. Hags have the longest career. True. Yeah, like, do you guys imagine Pecora leaving? No, I don't imagine Pecora leaving ever. She is like cemented in Hololive. Which Dune? The book 2. Oh, Maureen said that she was never gonna leave because no one else will take her. Basically what I said. She said she's too lewd and she's too old, and the industry has changed now and they want like very ciso idols, very sanitized idols. She said back then when she joined, it was the Hololive era, so they don't do it like her anymore. They don't make them like her anymore. So she said she was going to stay as long as she can in Hololive. Pecora's graduation would be the last day of Hololive. On God. Oh yeah, Marina's having so much fun in GTA. I know, and she's recently also changed her PFP. I like noticed immediately. Like, just want to point that out. My wife has changed her PFP. Alec Raza, high glove fun chat. Let's go, boys. Thank you. Man, thank you for the Akas. Thank you, guys. I will love you even when you become French. Wait, I am French. What's up with you guys? What the hell? What the hell? Thank you guys. I appreciate all of your support. Well, I'm French Canadian. I'm not actually French. Prove it, surrender. Hey, whoa. Yeah, we were making fun of Alec Raza yesterday in the Discord. Because him and Charlie, I don't know if you guys had time to check out Depressed Nuzagi's channel. He's currently in a subathon. Well, his Noose, his host, is doing a subathon. Stop! They told me to stop. All right. I won't say more. All I'm saying is if you guys have time this week to go check out News on her subathon, you might find Alec Raza and Charlie in there and a few other chatters that are behaving really sus. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it there. All right, now back to feeling sad. No more laughing. So Ina also tweeted, sometimes it feels like we've been working together for a lifetime. At the same time, our time together also feels so short, but know you'll always be a part of us no matter where you are. Thank you, Ame, for everything. I love you. We love you. And Takanashi Kiara tweeting, I honestly dreaded this day and I hope it wasn't ever gonna come. I love Ame so much and I'm so sad, but I respect and understand her wishes. We spent 4 years together and started this branch hand in hand, and I'm so grateful for her contribution. Let's cherish the remaining days. I think that was a beautiful tweet. Beautiful tweet. Very touching. Wow, I broke down on stream? No! Yeah, I really think that Fuwaboko and Bibu are great additions. and Justice as well. I mean, people love Justice. Did she really? Why Ame doesn't do a full graduation? I haven't seen this clip. Hold up.
Yeah, seeing a lot of your guys' comments and
6 minutes ago. Yo, I sniped that clip so fast.
I guess I just have also that type of personality where obviously it was not a light decision at all, because it's something that I was kind of struggling with for a while, I guess.
Because, you know, I know you get used to it so fast. I'm just like, there's so many people that want to be in her position. You know, think of all the indie VTubers that want to do this kind of, you know, idol work and all of that. It's insane to think you would walk away from all of this, right?
Yes, you could say, you know, like the decision, and it's like even up until the point where I'm hitting like start stream button, I'm like, is this a good idea? Kind of. It's hard to make a decision. It's hard to make that type of decisions. It wasn't considered lightly. I did put a lot of thought into it, and I think that over time, I hope you guys will see that too, for whatever reasons. And yeah, I'm looking forward to, I don't know, I'm kind of curious, because when I talked about this to management, as like giving them my reasons as to why I want to make a decision, and they understood. So yeah, I'm really grateful that they were patient and understanding. And you know, I even told them, I was telling them like, I don't want to really do like graduation in a way, because so, I don't know, it's so sad. It has like such a reputation for being so sad, and you know, we're virtual. I feel like there were other ways maybe we could try doing things, and I was kind of just talking about it, I guess. I wasn't really making demands, but I think that what I was saying kind of was falling in line with something the company wanted to try in the future. So it's kind of like a good opportunity on both sides, I think, to kind of try this out. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I guess I'm kind of like a guinea pig. I'm away. Yeah, I was chuckling at some of your comments that even her exit.
Exactly. She's innovating even on her exit.
It is Ame way. I do still apologize that it's confusing, because
yeah,
I think it's something that will make sense in the long run, but where we're standing right now, it's like, what the heck? I don't like
change either, but I think they will find stuff for her to do, like cool apparitions and cool stuff, so this might work out for the best.
Change, and I get that. That's normal. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm not really sure what to expect either, so
I want to watch this
Other
now.
than that,
Okay, I'm going into a rabbit hole. Are you guys with me, chat?
we do have big news that was made public today, where Ame will be ceasing her stream activities. And honestly, I would have liked to have spoken about this after she does her chatting stream tomorrow, I think. But I feel like you guys will have a lot of questions. I was like, you know, maybe we'll chat a little bit before we start, and I'll try to, you know, tell you guys as much as I know as well. I might understand things a little wrong, depending on how much I understood what the seizing activities entails. From what I know, it's not like a full-on graduation where you won't ever see her again kind of thing. She does have a comment in the video where she announced it that explains it a little bit. She's not gonna be like staff like 8chan or anything, no. She's not becoming like back-end staff like some of you guys are saying. No, it's not like that. She'll be around time to time. Like, think about it in a way where, you know, those big like long-running animes and stuff, you know, like a very special episodes, they're like, we need the power of our you know, past magical girls, I don't know, to come and help us something, yeah. And then, you know, they get summoned and they're like, wow.
You know, sounds so sad.
She came to join us. Now we can defeat the great evil, kind of thing. Think about it kind of like that. I don't know to what extent she'll still be around. Yeah, just think of it as just no more regular streams and stuff, mostly. Don't be too sad. She's not completely gone. It's just that you will see her seldomly. I think as Myth, we all talked about it too, where we didn't want this to be anything sad, and we want to keep...
Like, I feel like Mori Calliope and Kiara will probably go on for a really long time.
Know, as much of a positive vibe as possible. I personally think too, like, I wanna, you know, always be very supportive of Ame because how much I know that she wants to do so much more, you know? And I feel like when she goes the Ame way, she'll be able to, you know, achieve a lot of things that she wanted to do. So I support Ame all the way. And she's not leaving on bad terms, I think. So, you know, there will be opportunities in the future. The Ame way, exactly. So it's not like a full graduation again, where you won't never see her ever again.
What about Gora? Where Gora's situation is a bit more difficult. Even just recently, I think she tweeted that she had more health issues. So when you have a poor health, it's kind of difficult for people who are in good health to envision it. But even if you want to do things, it becomes very difficult. And streaming, it's like a loop that the more you stream, the more it's easier to stream. And then when you stop, it's very difficult to get back into it.
Like, you'll see her in special occasions and stuff, and I personally don't know to what extent, but don't be surprised, you know, if she pops up somewhere here and there, and you'll be like, oh, Ame, and then
yeah, I hope she stays too.
I feel like the best thing we can do is just be like, be happy for her, support her, and be happy when we get to see her again here and there, you know? And I feel like...
So streaming is like going to the gym? It's exactly like that.
I personally just had enough time, I guess, to digest the news and my feelings over time. But I'm sure you guys are very shocked, so take your time.
Yeah, we were shocked.
Sorting out your feelings and stuff. For you guys, it's very, very deep.
Like, in a way, she had been quiet and she wasn't streaming a lot. So when you read the message, you're like, yeah, it makes sense. But at the same time, it was still a shock because it's like a pillar of Hololive English.
You know, give her as much love, much support as you can while you still can. I
Where's
heard a
Kiara
quote once where it takes hours for us to just digest like a little bit of food, right? So it's kind of the same as hearing, you know, news or
It's a long clip. I'm gonna speed it up.
Graduations and stuff. Like, think about it, the years and years of emotions and feelings and memories we had. It's gonna be hard to digest. It's gonna take more than hours. So just take it slow. I think, yeah, as I always said, the best thing we can do is to really send her off with a smile. This reminds me, this is kind of sort of related, but there was a Ichiban Kuji, which is like a random draw prize thing with Winnie the Pooh at a nearby konbini. It's a quote from Winnie the Pooh where it's kind of a bittersweet quote where it's like, I used to believe in forever, but forever is too good to be true. But it's true. I mean, like, when something begins, you know, something has an inevitable end, but I think the best you can do is really enjoy the present, what you can do to support, you know, your Oshis right at the present. And then at the end, you'll be like, as long as you're not left with any regrets, I feel like that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, and Ame is planning a bunch of content until the her last stream. She's doing a stream marathon. She's gonna be doing a lot of GTA, Hololive GTA. So that's gonna be pretty cool, I think. At least it's gonna go out on a bang. Hey, Mr. Joe, how's it going?
Yeah. And no matter what happens, honestly, Myth will always be 5. We'll always be together, so it's rough, but, you know, it's Ame. She'll be amazing, no matter where she is. I mean, she managed to do so much in 4 years together, so I can't wait to, you know, see whatever she's up to in the future on her own. She is the Ame, you know? I always want to thank Ame because without her, I feel like early Myth wouldn't happen as, especially with a lot of the VR and 3D stuff earlier in in her time. I feel like it would have been very different. I'll miss her a lot. I'll miss hearing her hiccups and, you know, really like just tuning into her screams, streams, you know, especially when I remember I was just having her Elden Ring stream up before. Her hicks, her screams. She is very full of ideas, and I can't wait to see, you know, what she's up to. Let's try to stay positive. And I guess another thing is, like, if other members would like to talk about Ame, then do, you know, go and support everyone. But if they're also trying to, you know, do their normal streams as well, make sure go bother them too much about it. I know it's hard, but we don't want it to be, you know, a negative thing. We want to be respectful and positive. So yeah, just wait for them to bring it out first, because of, you know, how Ame is. Everyone, I think, everyone loves Ame. So I'm sure everyone will really want to talk about, you know, their favorite memories with Ame and stuff. Just be, you know, respectful of everyone as much as possible. She is such a lovely person, and honestly, the more I got to know her, like, she has so many ideas and stuff, you know, she wants to try, but there's just so much you can do in certain situations. So give her lots of love, lots of support. She'll just poke around once in a while. Let's not be sad that we won't see her around too much. Let's just be happy that she was here with us. Yeah. Honestly, I think back, because, you know, with different twists of fate, different people could have been behind the first 5 of Hololive English. And sometimes think about it, but in the end, I feel like the myth we have now is really, like, just amazing, you know? Like, everyone has their own little, you know, creative sphere. Everyone was really nice and supportive, very nice. I'll be honest, like, as much as I like to work nicely with everyone, there are people...
Small Ame will still show up at cons, I hope so. You know, Small Ame is banger. When you think about it, there's a term called the 7-year curse in K-pop idol world, and Hololive 7 years coming up soon. 3 years is a long time, bro. It's a long time.
In the world where I just beat them, and I'm just like, I don't think I'll get along with them very well, kind of thing, you know? Usually those people I don't really interact with that much at all, like even in school and stuff. But with like Myth, and actually just Hololive English in general, like everyone is so like supportive and nice with everyone else that it's like hard not to love them all, you know? It's a miracle, honestly, because, you know, even in schools you get different like groups of, you know, friends who don't get along with each other and stuff, and that was one of the things that I get worried about when, you know, a group gets too big and stuff.
For Sora, it's her 7th year already. That's crazy. That's crazy. But funnily enough, I don't see Sora quitting either. I mean, everything does come to an end. You can only like the thing with freelancing is that it's funny, because there was actually a discussion about that online a few days ago. With any kind of freelance work, you can only earn a living as much as you're able-bodied. If you know, I got into an accident tomorrow, knock on wood, I wouldn't be able to stream anymore or do any other kind of freelance work. So it's and I wouldn't have anything to fall back on. The same with a lot of these freelancers. So it's sort of important to, while throughout the years, find a way to build some kind of cushion to fall back on, or some kind of, you know, the generational wealth, you know, it's some income that you have as a safeguard, because you don't have like these retirement funds like in corporations and all of that. So, and for these you know, idols, they're dancing, they're performing, injuries happen often, and once an injury happened once, like for me, my knee, for example, I had a single one injury in my whole life, and now every time like it gets too warm outside, my knee becomes inflamed again. It's probably something that's never gonna fully heal. So imagine people that are dancing every day. There's a lot of how do you call it? I can't remember. it's not like a broken bone, it's like less than that, like when you're, you know, it gets twisted a little bit, like your ankle, like an ankle injury that can just, you know, keep on coming back over and over again. Yeah, sprained, thank you, sprained. Yeah, I have a cursed wound, true. Yeah, it's like physical wear and tear. So I assume for the K-pop idol curse like you were talking about, it probably also has something to do with this. You know, there's only you can only do this for so long.
But it's a very rare these like-minded individuals just gathered and just able to work
buffering?
together. Anyways, I think that's what I wanted to say on my end. I'm sure other
Really? YouTube? Really? Is it? Dude, it's when I said I would be to not put me down. Does YouTube have a problem?
Myth members and other EN members will maybe talk about it a little bit more, especially Ame herself. I think she'll do a talking stream tomorrow. I think that's what she said about, you know, just talking more about it, because this is
back,
kind of like
everybody.
Unprecedented
Hey, Roy.
thing, where it's not like a full graduation. It's kind of different. So she probably has more knowledge on it than me, because she's, I guess, the one who negotiated.
Who is this in the video? It's Ina. This is one of her gen mates.
It with the company, so to support her until we have to part ways for now. I'll just say it like that. You never know where our paths will cross again. So yeah, one thing is clear though. One thing I do want to One thing I do want to make clear is that she's not becoming staff or anything like that behind the scenes. I mean, maybe we can use Ame or help or get help by Ame Studios down the line, but she's not like becoming a manager or anything staff related. Okay? If you want slightly more clarifications, make sure to go check out the stream she did, and the comment below it.
Did they clip Gora? Sorry, Kiara? No, they didn't. Your niece sounds like the one from Ronaldo's soccer. Well, if you think about it, me and Ronaldo have never been in the same room at the same time. Yeah, bro, YouTube's got problem with VTubers, I agree. Talking about YouTube having problems with VTubers, Ironmouse just tweeted today, and this comes after last week having her VOD channel being taken down due to false copyright strikes. So after 3 strikes, your channel gets taken down. Somebody else was managing the channel for her. Unfortunately, when you want to appeal a strike, you gotta send out your info, and Ironmouse of course didn't want to do this due to privacy reasons, and we don't know who this person, you know, troll copy striking her channel is doing it for. So she didn't want to appeal it this way, so the channel just disappeared. It was almost at 100k subscribers, and now today, just, you know, a few hours ago, she tweeted that her main YouTube channel, the main Ironmouse channel, is gone. Incredibly sad and shocked that my main YouTube channel has been terminated. Right now I have a legal team working on things. I'm so sorry to inconvenience everyone who enjoys watching my videos. Hopefully this can get resolved soon. Dude, that's crazy, you know, to have all of your life's work just gone like that. Let me look it up now. Yeah, it just doesn't appear anymore. I just get the clip channels, Mousy Dogs. Yeah, it's gone. It's happened before that some channels have been taken down and then reinstated within 24 hours, so I hope this is just a mistake. But it's, I don't even remember how many subscribers she had on that channel. Probably a lot. I wonder if I can look it up. Yeah, she had 1 million. She had 1,140,000 subscribers. All gone. All gone. Over 1 million subs. Sayus Fansan, thank you for gifting us up to Nira Vol. Thank you. No, I'm not familiar with that kimchi. Yeah, big L for YouTube. Big L. Yeah, it's like Thanos sniped. It sucked because, you know, I think she still has her Twitch channel, but it's a huge chunk of her income that's just gone. This is the main one. It's not the Ironmouse VOD channel. The Ironmouse VOD channel has already been terminated. This is the main one with over 1 million subs. So it just sucks that there's really no security. You never know as a YouTuber or even a Twitch streamer now when, you know, everything could go away because of a mistake. For example, you can get striked on unlisted videos. You can get striked for a link in your video description leading to a website. I had a friend who got a strike because of that. And she's somebody that's always followed the YouTube rules. And she was in YouTube jail for like 3 months. So that's the reason why I stopped putting my sources in the description, because she would put her source in the description and one of them led to like maybe a sketchier website, and that gave her a strike on her channel. So like if you guys have a YouTube channel and you ever get a strike, you put everything on lockdown, like you know, private all of the videos that are even remotely dangerous. Like do everything to save your channel. Even I know it's unfair, and I know it's unfair, but you gotta try when you depend on this platform. You gotta try. It's so scary. It's so scary. I hate reading things like that. It terrifies me. That's why I'm trying to spread, you know, my eggs in different basket a little bit, but obviously YouTube's always gonna be my main channel. And that's also why I recommend everybody to always, you know, make a Discord server for your community. It's a lot of work. Managing and moderating a Discord community is so much work because, you know, you just expect everybody to behave and be respectful, but people have different ideas of what it is to behave, what it is to be respectful, which leads to not everybody being on the same page. So out of all the social media platform, I'd say that me and my team, we probably put the most time having to moderate and putting efforts into the Discord one, but having an offline community, and I say that to every content creator that I talk to when I'm giving them advice and stuff, is so important in case your main channel disappears, because it means that if you do need to transfer all your content to another channel, let's say, you know, my YouTube's gone and I need to suddenly become a Kick streamer, then I'm gonna be able to do that with the people that I have in my Discord. I'll be like, hey guys, YouTube's gone, there's no way for me to reach out to you anymore, but thank God you're in my Discord server, so yeah, we're gonna be streaming there instead, etc. So yeah guys, join my Discord channel, discord.gg/Rima. If I'm on, I can put this in the chat. Yeah, code blue guys, code blue. Kick Lamau. how's Kick doing, by the way? Are they doing good on numbers? You have to be a public nuisance to stream on Kick, though. True! That is so true. I could be, though. Could try. Oh, Farutko, thank you so much. I need to start multi-streaming on Twitter, guys. Twitter is where it's at. I do have a Patreon as well. I need to think of new cool ideas to put on my Patreon, guys. If you guys have some idea, let me know. I want to do videos where I talk more about myself, or like, you know, some... I was thinking maybe I'll start doing some show reviews. Like, for example, I just, you know, watched The Penguin yesterday. It was pretty good. I watch a lot of shows and movies. Patreon hoof pics. The community has to be better. My biggest problem with Kick is that there's a lack of moderation, apparently. Like, my friend, she said she streamed there, and she's pretty tough, but she got a lot of hecklers, which, I mean, I don't really mind hecklers if I have a way to ban them, but if you don't have a way to ban them, then what the hell do you do? You know, it's kind of annoying. Rima, you need to become the #1 VTuber on LinkedIn. True! LinkedIn is unironically where it's at. But I'm not gonna reveal all my secrets yet. I want to save some for the VTuber Academy stream that I'm planning. The Office Australia, oh my god. I have a feeling it's not gonna be as good, or not gonna hit the same as the American one. Alright, so... do you guys want to talk about the fruit stuff, or should we just go to the new stuff instead? Because the fruit stuff already kind of old. Oh yeah, he's doing an incredible performance on that show. And he looks completely different. Skip. Talk. What happened? She dropped like a 90-page Google Doc. I think we need a poll. Skip. 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 Of screenshots. Let's start with that and we'll end with it if we have to then. We'll see if I have saliva left to speak and to read all, because I need to read. Reading out loud is not the same as reading inside your head. First of all, when you read out loud, it takes so much longer, because when I read inside my head, I read it like actually very fast. Okay, but these Google Doc, I looked over them and they're not that long, so it shouldn't be that bad. So there's a male VTuber called Vane that tweeted his experience about Sans, who's another big indie. And Sans has got into some kind of like nothing burger drama a year ago because he went on Takahata. It was like a game show, and they put all of these gyats and like words, slangs, and they didn't know what the fuck it meant, and their answers were just like corny. And people, you know, started calling them racist and saying they're appropriating African-American language. Which, honestly, in hindsight, was pretty dumb. It was pretty dumb drama. But some people are still salty at Sense for that. He apologized and everything, and people were still upset, so then he just, you know, let it go. Eventually, everybody stopped talking about it. It only lasted like 2 days, like every internet drama. But today Vane posted his experience with Sense, and I was pretty surprised because it's like one of those VTubers that's very... What does milquetoast mean? Is milquetoast the word that I'm looking for here? Like, that's very, you know, like proper, you know, sanitized, nice. Plain, vanilla. Well, not plain, because that would mean he's boring. He's not necessarily boring. I don't really know his content. Oh, milquetoast is nice, boring, not a lady killer. Okay, that's not the word then. No, more like just like you know, sweet, like you know, not very edgy, doesn't ever do anything shocking. Like you know, people would have more gripe with me, I would assume, than with Sense. So it's the kind of Google Docs that I'm surprised to see. Oh yeah, and there's one more thing. Please remind me, because I didn't make a slide for it, with kunai. We're gonna talk about kunai. So, my experience with Sense. And, you know, just looking at first glance from the comments, although... I don't know if the comment section are really representative of how people feel, because it's everyone's first reaction to just always, you know, sympathize with somebody, because obviously you're seeing it from their experience and they're hurting. Family friendly. Yeah, he's a family friendly streamer. That's a good one. Yeah. Okay. So Vane says, I've always tried my best to keep things to myself, but I finally have to say something about this. I have to say this for the sake of myself continuing in this space as a creator, and I am no longer going to hide how I feel or hide from my audience what has been causing me anxiety. It has been awful being unable to speak out, and I almost didn't make a statement as I've been scared to speak out about my experience with a bigger creator who has been in this space far longer, especially when we have some mutual friends, and I fear what people will say about me once I make this statement. But I don't believe staying silent is the right thing to do. And although I'm relatively new to the space, I need to stand by my values, be true to myself, and also warn others about my experience. I've went through this Google Doc. I could tell you my preemptive thoughts, but I feel like that would bias your opinion about it. So I'm just gonna read through it, and then we're gonna count to 3 and everybody needs to say their opinion on it at the same time. So, Sans here in the screenshot says, Vane is... How many zeros is that? Why is there numbers in this? There's a 100,000% parasocial chat, so I don't know if it'd be the same. Vane is like hard parasocial farm. His chat might be better behaved though. Zero culture. I don't know, I've never seen this chat. His entire model is a parasocial farm on its own. I'm getting big tits models and flirting with chat 24/7. Okay, to that I was very confused, because I was like, does Vane have like a model with boobs? And he actually doesn't. Like hold up, I just gotta make sure that there's no like prawn or anything. But he just has like a very muscular model. I guess that's what they mean by large chest. Something like that. Like he's very Eekman, I guess. And then the following individual has made me feel extremely uncomfortable about how he talks about me privately versus how he talks to me directly in group settings. I've always wanted to be in the content space and community as there's so many amazing, talented, and kind people there, but it's left me feeling sad and isolated and unable to trust anyone, always questioning their actions and intentions with me and whether they associate simply to try to use me. It means I can't make friendships or collaborate with people I want to because we run in similar circles, and because this individual is often there, I feel that I can never be truly myself around others or even be my true self when I'm with my own community, who at times will bring him up or use his emotes while it's in my Discord server and chat. Insincere behavior and interactions. I originally met this individual 2 months ago. Oh wow, that's recent. When I was invited to a small group collab by them, and have since then been in one larger group collab with them, and the above screenshot takes place on 31st of August 2024 after both collab happened. Regarding our first time meeting, they had asked a mutual friend to invite me and one other person specifically, both of whom he hadn't met yet, and immediately begun by saying nice things to me. Thank you. Also, hi guys, I hope it's okay that, asked. I was kind of shy to DM you guys myself. Nice to meet you guys. I've kind of seen you around and you seem fun, and I also have some fans who have told me about you, so I figured we should try and be friends. Also, bar.name vouched, and anyone redacted vouches for it. I love it. Following that, we had chatted in DMs and he was friendly, kind, asking to hang out off stream. So everything here is going well. They're talking about playing Aram. They're excited to hang out. Vane says, I usually keep to myself and I don't collab often, so excited to hang out. We also helped each other with me asking questions regarding content things, and in turn my manager helped guide their manager with resources to find editors for them. Hey, I saw that you are a moderator of Sense and they're looking for a clipper on Twitter. Here's a Discord server for them. It's a good server to find editors. I found editors for Vane on that server. Overall, I have thought that things have been friendly and amicable, but what is clear is that there is a big difference between how he talks to me directly and in group settings and how he talks about me privately. The conversation is being held within his Discord server within his moderator chat. This is after we talked privately and collaborated twice. I see other male VTubers whose chats are normal when they aren't even being themselves. What? They're just fake flirting to farm parasocials while I'm being my honest self and getting annoying ass kids. Maybe I just need to change how I act. He starts by asking for mod input on how to improve his chat and how other streamers have a better chat environment, and rhetorically asks if he had to be fake / parasocial / flirt with his audience or change who he is in order to get a better behaving chat. Big tits model / flirting and becoming parasocial. His manager then suggests talking to my manager for advice, to which he then starts talking about me in a very uncomfortable way, shown at the start of the document. After that uncomfortable string of messages, he then proceeds to attempt to hide the statement behind no judgment though. Bro gets milked, his chat takes his clothes off, and he pulls his shirt up and leans in. Love and Deep Space VTuber edition. No judgment though, good business model for a VTuber. I personally don't believe saying no judgment though is sufficient to give you the right to say whatever you like, and is effectively the same as saying no offense bro, but, and following up with an offensive statement. As much as you want to use this as a cover to deflect, it is clear from reading the message that your tone was It is clear from reading the message what your tone was and how you truly feel about me. This wasn't even in a private one-on-one conversation, but instead one with your moderation team, who are also your viewers, and it's expected that most mods will agree simply as they either don't know me, my content, or will just accept whatever stance you take as their streamer, almost creating a hate group like environment. I think that's a stretch. That part is that's a bit exaggerated. He's venting to his mods, and it's in a private conversation. I mean, I don't think there's something. I think I'd rather listen. I don't even know his content. I would need to talk to somebody that's watched this person. If he is playing in BFE or GFE, that's fine. I don't even care about that. But I don't know if I'd be insulted if somebody, like, if I was pandering, why be insulted if somebody says that you're pandering? That's fine. Some people have flirty personality. Some people have, you know, very flirty personality, and it works for them. It's not necessarily gonna work for other people. However, Sans needs to stop complaining, and most of all, he needs to stop asking his mods what to do with his chat. Bro, the mods aren't gonna know what to do. It's like asking your viewers what to do or how to be a pro. They're not gonna fucking know. You're the pro. You're the one that's streaming, and you have a relatively good career. This wasn't even a one-on-one conversation, as he says in a public document. Ew, I didn't even notice that. That is true. Whoa, chat doesn't know? That's just fake news. Chat is never wrong. Yeah, imagine listening to a volunteer janitor. Yeah, I know if I ask my mod team something, they're just gonna be like, yay, Reba, you're the best! You know, they're just here to be your cheerleaders. They're not the one making content. Just trust you. I wish people trusted themselves a little more. Anyway, this whole interaction was so uncomfortable that it directly contributed to 2 mods leaving their moderation team following this. And it's also how I came across this information to begin with. So I guess since mods left after this conversation, and then they leaked the messages to the other guy. Honestly, alright, you guys tell me if I'm the one that's reading this right. I feel like what the mods are doing, leaking the messages to Vane and causing drama between the two, that's worst. Yeah, you're great. Thank you, Celtic. I wanted to bring something up to you. I want to bring something up to you, babe. Hey. Not sure how much to look into this, but it wasn't something I read that didn't sit right with me. Not sure if you were aware, but I was in Sans Twitch Discord moderator for over half a year. Recently stepped down and have removed myself from his community as it isn't a place for me anymore. Not on bad terms, just wasn't a safe place for me. Have lost the fun in moderating when I would mod. Okay, well. I think we found the problem, chat. It wasn't a safe space. Well, I mean, that's the problem, or that's the downside with cultivating people that are looking for safe space for like cuddling communities. They will literally turn on you on a dime. I really, my biggest fear is echo chambers, and I I really don't ever want to be confronted with a single perspective or a single point of view or be surrounded by yes men's ever. So this is why we have the Agora in my Discord channel, so people can be confronted with opposite point of views and evolve and be challenged every day. Yes, Rima. Yes, Rima. Okay, shut up, guys. Last week, I also apologized not bringing this up earlier. I didn't know how to go about it, and it took me a while to be able to form words properly. Sense was messaging us mods about how to make this content better and how to deal with parasocial annoying chatters. While it wasn't in a bad light, his manager brought up talking to Vane's manager about how to handle it, and Sense followed his messages with Vane is like hard parasocial farm, or his entire model is parasocial farm on its own, and it didn't sit right with me that he was talking about another streamer like this with his mods instead of his manager to deal with. True, he shouldn't have talked about another streamer like this to his mods. I mean, you shouldn't talk badly or negatively about other people to anyone. It makes you look kind of bad. It's like, oh, well, if they're talking about the X person like this, then what are they saying about me then? Following that incident, you have since gone and nuked the mod channel just before a new round of trial mods joined. Well, if the mods left because of that conversation, and then he made a new mod channel for the new trial mods. True, you should only speak badly about streamers to their face. No, but it's true, you should only say, you know, the thing is, a lot of people are afraid to say to their friends, or like they're afraid to criticize them, and that leads to instead criticizing them behind their back. But I think it's better to criticize them to their face. Like, for real though. I am pretty blunt about a lot of things, but at least you always know how I feel about you. I shoot straight arrows. Oh my god, Reba, I saw you on H and Mr. H. Yeah, that was a mod's gift. Yeah, direct communication is the best communication. I agree. If this is how comfortable you feel talking about me in this context with your mods and viewers, I'm scared to think about how you would talk about me or other people in private. I feel like this was in private. Yeah, the mods made it happen. The mods recorded, they asked all of my friends to record tidbits for the video, and they put all the audio together, and then they commissioned them to do it. Yeah, when they do something stupid. I mean, I empathize with everybody, even the ones that do stupid stuff. I never have true hatred of somebody. You know, even after reading this, even if I am a little bit critical, I don't, at the end of the day, I don't have any strong feelings or any feelings at all regarding the situation. Post discovering the messages. What makes me so uncomfortable about this is the direct contrast between how they talk to me and how they talk behind my back. He is overly reductive about me and my team's hard work and holds a belief that my audience watches me for 5 hours each stream 5 times a week simply and solely because my model has a large chest, and nothing about the person I am, my ability to entertain, the effort I put in anything else. And even hypothetically, it was just due to the model. I spent 7 months working closely alongside my PM, artists, and rigger to bring this to life. And we all work tirelessly to design new features and ideas that push the boundaries of what a 2D VTuber can do. I mean, honestly, the redeems with taking pieces of clothes off is a fucking genius idea. That's a genius idea. If that is true, if he has that, that's so banger. We need to add that to the next model. And this doesn't account for the risk I took quitting my job or spending all this money up front while I juggle 60 hours work week. Just for everything to be all dismissed as it because your model has a shirtless toggle and can lean is really hurtful and is really disrespectful. I don't know what he's trying to convince us here. I believe him that he's putting a lot of work. Streaming for 5 hours a day is hard work. Like, I mean, if his channel is successful, it must be because he's doing something right. And it's probably not just because of your model. No one is successful because of just your model. Now, does Sens really believe what he said here, saying that his, you know, Sens didn't even say that he's only successful because he is a parasocial kind of VTuber. I think he only says that he's a hard parasocial farm. He's not saying all of your success and everything you've ever done, you're only successful because of this. I think here, Sens is doing the thing that guys do a lot, that Nuzagi does a lot, where he's like, I wish I was a woman. If I was a woman, I'd be making so much money because I'd have all the Sims donating money to me. He's doing that thing where he thinks the grass is greener elsewhere because something's not going right with his chat. And we always believe that the other people have it better, right? But they don't necessarily have it better. It's just different. So here I feel like he's venting to his mods because his chat is acting stupid. And he's like, oh, well, this other streamer, like, he's doing BFV and he's doing, like, you know, his chat is behaving way better, like, and he's flirting with chat 24/7. Maybe I should do that. I feel like it's more like that kind of venting. That's how I'm reading it. Yeah, Evil Toaster said that also. I wish I was a woman so I could pillow fight with all the girlies. DN always catching strays. That's funny. And I'm not talking shit about DN, by the way, because I literally told him that this morning, okay? I was like, wow, DN, 4K, congrats. He's like, yeah. He's like, man, I wish I was a woman. And then it was in the group chat with Parrot. I was like, you fucking dipshit. I'm a woman and I'm not getting that much money. Stop fucking saying that. And then Parrot is just like laughing, ha 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 ha, all in the caps lock, saying, I fucking love this interaction. Did he arrive in GP already? Yeah, he did. Wait, you're a girl? I'm gonna kill you. His language also makes me feel uncomfortable, treating me like a number and someone who he clearly doesn't respect but continues to ask for collabs with, since we share a similar space or they feel they can gain something from collabing with me. Well, okay, this is another thing that a lot of VTubers, you know, they close themselves off because they feel like people are trying to gain something from them. But can't you both gain something from each other? Like, Isn't it a two-way street? Aren't you both similarly sized content creators? You know, in the same kind of space. You're both male VTubers. But the working oh, well, for the men to women, you know, is it easier for women to stream Tangent? The answer to that is, well, it's the barrier for entry for women is easier, but the cap for men is actually higher. But now actually, with the advent of VTubers, this is starting to be challenged because there's some female VTubers that are capping really, really high. As we saw with that Face Connect guy that got absolutely blown out of the water by Ironmouse subathon goals. Like, Ironmouse has way more subs than him. He goes on to say, normally if you don't like someone or respect their content, you would keep your distance, block them, or even just ignore them in a large group collapse. But instead, when I recently came back from break, this is how he spoke to me. He asked to collaborate on another platform that I will be debuting on soon, in part due to the fact that I had asked him questions about his platform before, and it highlights his desire to keep collabing or engaging with me despite how he feels about me. So here I'm expecting some kind of crazy twist. No, I'm talking about FaZe with a Z, like the douchebag org, not the Menhera org. Sense, were you able to set up in Bilibili, by the way? We should collab there sometimes. I already have an audience there and can help introduce them to you. Also, they love collabs on Bilibili. I'm like, oh sweet, he wants to help him. Alright, where's the backstabbing gonna happen? I also returned from break, after which I also asked a large group chat used for collab if anyone wants to hang out, and was immediately asked whether I wanted to attend his birthday stream. Essentially asking if I wanted to make an appearance on his stream during his birthday to bring attention to it. And it would become something he would continue to be persistent about despite me politely declining. Maybe, but that question is way older than VTubers. Want to come, like, it's like, okay, that whole women have it easier on Twitch than men thing. People always said that all the time. It's kind of like how, you know, people think that every OnlyFans girls makes bank because all the accounts we see are in the 0.1% of top OnlyFans, but really, there are so many of them that don't even make like $500 a month. Literally the other day, I was discussing it with somebody and they said that they just stumbled a girl profile and she tweets every single day on her OF. And she has not even 5 likes on every post. Imagine spreading it for 5 likes. I mean, that's so sad. And the same thing goes for Twitch. I mean, there's a bunch of pretty women because there's too much pretty women actually that there's a bunch of them that don't even break 10 viewers. Yeah, just being pretty isn't enough these days. You gotta really stand out in other ways. But it is easier to get these first few viewers, I gotta say. It is a lot easier. And for female and male VTuber, the gap is even bigger, I'd say. It's so hard for a male to break in unless they are actually like really, I don't know. I'm not sure how you're supposed to make it as a male VTuber, not gonna lie. It's difficult. But like if you looked at the top streamers for the longest time, it was all male. So I think like the cap for them, once they start popping off, can get much higher. I think the BFE for males can work really well. Really well. But you gotta have the personality for it. You gotta be an Eekman with like some passive Riz skills. I've seen Shadow website, yeah, there may not be more than 10 viewers on every stream, but yeah, at least it's not 0. Some guy streamers, like I've had a guy friend that streamed every single day, guys, every single day for multiple hours a day, and he would never have more than 2 viewers in his chat room. Okay, so here he says that he's politely declining. So Sense is asking want to come to my birthday thing. If not, let me know, we can plan something for the 16th. Okay, so for the birthday collab so far, I have... Then he says the name. That is everyone available, right? I know some can't make it. I think Vane said maybe or something. And then Vane replies, sorry, I had AC guy coming over to fix things and a lot of stuff to catch up. Not all good. Are you still a maybe or you don't think so? So even politely hinting, after politely hinting at being a, just say you can't make it. And then later outright declining his invite just 2 days prior, his audience and later Sans personally joined my stream to ask me again and put me on the spot. Vane, did you want to join us? Okay, that part is a little weird. I don't know if he's just an airhead or, you know, whatever. This situation made me extremely uncomfortable and anxious, and I felt pressured on the spot since both of us were live in front of our audience, making it harder to decline his invitation. Okay, that's something I've read in a lot of Google Docs. People really don't like being put on the spot, huh? I'm wondering if Sense just really thought they were much closer. Why I have chosen to make a statement. Outside of the things he said that made me uncomfortable with him as a person and being associated with him going forward, he has also greatly considered the following options and outcome. I had also greatly considered the following options and outcomes, and ultimately did not follow through for the following reasons. Solution 1, pretend I saw nothing and try to ignore him privately and publicly, though I cannot block or unfriend him as to not start drama. Wait. You don't want to block or unfriend him as to not start drama, but instead you're making a Google Doc? A, I would need to step away from existing friendships and potential future collabs, always walking on eggshells, whether I wanted to tell the host why I couldn't participate, and this also risks coming across as snaky to others and would feel inauthentic to myself as I would be talking behind someone's back. B, at the same time, he would continue to visit my chat, popping in to say hi, whilst getting a shout out from mods, since I don't know how I would realistically ask my mods to not shout him out specifically without starting drama speculations. Jesus, man, do people really think through? You know what? If I'm going to somebody else's chat, I don't want to shout out. I'm just saying it now. I don't like this whole shout out system. I feel like a lot of people interpret it the wrong way. Now, when you just want to go say hi to somebody's chat and not necessarily stick around because you're busy, then people are like, oh my god, this person, they're only coming around for a shout out. And I've read that in so many Google Docs. Just don't give shout outs then. Furthermore, given some community overlaps, my chat has viewers with Snow Me, his community fan name, in their names, as well as my chat using his emote stickers in my Discord Twitch streams, which will serve as an ongoing reminder of my inability to escape the situation. I would also start speculation and drama if I ban his name and emote prefix from the chat, and I couldn't realistically ask people to stop using others' channels' emote as a whole. This would also mean I would need to be the one that has to step away forever, keeping my lips sealed, keeping things bottled up inside for the rest of my content career. Solution 2, ban him from my stream socials completely. This would be the same as what I'm doing now by making a statement, but without the context for my community, for the greater creator space, or for him. This would result in more drama and speculations, as well as an open opportunities for him to start rumors to talk ill about me or others. Solution 3, tell creators going forward that I don't feel comfortable with him privately to avoid him. No, this is the Vane and Sense drama. This behavior feels insincere to me and my values, and also may be perceived as snaky, starting allegations or drama about people behind their back. It would also be mentally exhausting to deal with, both keeping track of who knows and who doesn't, as well as pretending to be okay with things when people bring him up, but still needing an excuse to remove myself every time he is added to a collab. Alternatively, I could just never collaborate with anyone and keep to myself, but that doesn't feel right or fair, and I still do not want to trust and make friends in the future. Finally, the community overlap issues still exist and will continue on this solution. Solution 4, handle it privately and talk to them directly. This is likely one that many people reading this would expect me to go with. Yes, I expected this to be solution 1. There are several reasons I do not feel comfortable with the solution. At this point, I have only known the individual for 2 months, and although we were friendly in DMs, it's clear that we are not friends. They do not see me as in a friendly light, and I do not feel comfortable trusting or believing what he would say if we had talked, even if he had apologized. When he talked about me, he felt comfortable talking in that light to his mods and clearly lacks any respect for me, and I have no idea how he talks about me behind my back. Based on the context of how he talked about me to his moderators, he may also act upon the fact that he now aware that I know about his behaviors and preemptively starts talking about me to other creators in a bad light in hopes that if I ever do speak about him, he is ready to deflect the narrative or misrepresent events. Is Sense Admiral Baru? Like, because I don't know that guy, but based on solely this document, I don't see it. This person has a lot of paranoia and has a lot of, clearly has thought about a lot of different scenarios. And I'm not entirely sure it's a good idea to act upon all of them. This is a 2 months friendship. He could just slowly distance himself from him, or handle it privately, or suck it up. And you know what? If you get invited to a collab where he's there, just say you're busy, or suck it up and just be, you know, act friendly. Like, I don't like everybody, obviously. I still wouldn't never have a problem into being or talking to the same room as somebody I dislike. That's just what being a professional is. And I've had to do it before. I've had to play on teams with people I had, you know, beef with. I've had to work with people I disliked at my work. A lot of time, for several days, for very long hours. Sometimes 14 hours days even. It's doable. And yeah, disliking someone is not the same as hating. It seems, but do you believe this person hates Sense? Talk to HR. He does now. So I expect him to either backtrap his statement or attempt to flip this on me with some of the following statements in an attempt to minimize how he made me feel or what his intentions truly were. You misunderstood my tone. I clearly was joking. It's not that serious. You should have talked to me privately. I expect him to either backtrack his statement or attempt to flip this on me with some of the following statement in an attempt to minimize how he made me feel. But I feel like this person never considered that maybe that's not what his intention. What if it's not what his intentions were though? What if he is misconstruing his words to the most extreme extent? I don't know, maybe, you know what? With everything that's been happening lately, with all the Google Docs I've had to read, I just finished going over the Owuzu rabbit hole. I just finished going over the Bunny Gift and Admiral Baru rabbit hole, where there was some egregious stuff happening, with a lot of strong evidence backing it up, and a lot of people telling similar stories. Now, if there's like 11 more Google Docs that come out on Sense, all echoing the same kind of narrative, then I might put more weight into this. But right now, I just don't have a lot of energy to care about this, and I'm not sure why should we care about this. I know that the awful feeling he gave me is real. I and a few close friends know that the anxiety and trust issues I've gained from this are real. And I know that I have to learn to stand up for myself and commit to standards that I believe and will stand by for the rest of my career in this space. Yeah, that is true. You can... He's entitled to feel about this. He's, you know... He's entitled to deal with it the way, you know, he's used to dealing with. Perhaps this has given him a lot of anxiety and a lot of trust issues. But I don't know if standing for yourself equates to dropping a Google Doc on somebody. That may be harming their career and reputation just for you, because you dislike something they've said about you. Because you dislike that they said that you had a parasocial chat and that you heart parasocial farm and that your chat is better behaved. Oh no, that's his mod that said that. And that he has a big tit models flirting with chat 24/7. Actually, that last sentence sounds pretty based. Yeah, I have a big tit model. What's wrong with that? Huh? What's wrong with that? My model has bigger tits. Yeah, you want to compare? Oh my god, I'm parasocial for a horse. Horse love. I haven't been a full-time content creator for a long time. Only started early this year, but I've truly tried my best to be friendly and open with everyone. Reading this is making me paranoid because I'm the kind of person that, you know, I want to get a clear answer on somebody if I'm planning a collab with them. If they gave me like a wobbly answer like, oh, I have this up so I can't make it, instead of telling me just like, no, I have too much work right now, I don't really want to collab, then I'm gonna try to set up another date for them. So now I'm like, holy shit. What if somebody I was trying to set up a collab with, they told me they were busy then, and I tried to set up another date with them, and then suddenly they were like, oh my god, Rima is being really pushy after I politely hinted that I wouldn't be busy, that I would be busy. It's like, bro, I really just rather people be straight with me. Okay, Labyrinthy, take care. Yeah, I dislike how people dance around saying no. Yeah, especially what if the person you're talking to is really slow at taking social cues? Regardless of whether I tried to resolve this privately, I don't think I can trust what he would say to me after how he speaks about me privately. And I honestly fear it will lead to more talking behind my back and misrepresent me to others. This document's not direct hate. Please do not do that on my behalf. At the end of the day, I'm just a person who's trying to chase my dreams and passion content creation. Please don't treat me like a number you can use to boost your own career, especially when you are insincere in your intentions towards me. Speak ill of me behind my back and clearly don't respect me. Mary's in there. Saw you. I'm surprised that do I just have an unpopular opinion? I'm surprised that so many people are taking this at face value without any like critical any kind of critical opinion. Okay, I want to look at the reply now. Okay, it's only 4 pages long. Maybe a lot of people just don't like Sense. Maybe we don't know enough about him like these people do. I want to sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. The way I spoke in my mod chat was definitely unprofessional and could definitely be taken as insulting or belittling. Vane has every right to feel how he does. His feelings are completely valid and within the context provided after seeing what he has seen. I completely understand his mindset. I'm sad that it seems that way it does because I truly wanted nothing but his friendship. Firstly, I want to apologize for using the word parasocial. Especially parasocial farming. I understand the way I use the term is not correct nor okay, and I shouldn't have used it that way. I'd like to explain what the word parasocial means to me and how I use it. Anyone who watches me regularly can confirm, as it's something I talk about very commonly because I like to have an open and honest conversation with my community. As I've said on stream, parasocialism to me is only unhealthy when either people involved make it unhealthy. I've said that there is absolutely nothing wrong with caring about your community and your creator deeply as long as it doesn't become unhealthy, and that correct boundaries are set. To me, it just means flirting with the audience. I understand that my definition of parasocial is heavily influenced by the internet, and that is not the real definition and can be easily taken badly. I have personally said that I'm parasocial in my chat to an extent, because in real life I don't leave my house, my community, and the few friends I have in the VTuber space are really all I have. I truly did not mean to hurt anyone or make anyone uncomfortable. To provide context as to why I said what I said in the mod chat, I had a stream where many younger people from TikTok came in and just generally harassed me, treated me like an NPC. I was frustrated and came back as my mods if I was doing anything wrong. Vane was brought up, and I said in that mod chat, like his chat, but his content was much more different than mine. I absolutely agreed that the wording without context or knowing me personally looks horrendous. I was talking casually, so my tone might be off, but since I was talking to my moderators, I felt comfortable. I have never spoken poorly about Vane, or really anyone else. I don't like negativity, I don't want to spread it or be around it. I figured at the time, since there are things I talk about on stream regularly, my mods would understand, but I also understand how it seems when provided without set context. It wasn't professional to have some sort of conversation with my mods, even if it is sometimes I discuss openly on stream. It could definitely seem like I was talking behind his back, which I did not mean to do in any way. Well, this is not the response I was expecting. Quite a letdown. Well, this is the communities that they have, right? They're like the kind of sensitive type of communities. So he needs to apologize here. He kind of has no choice. And he probably feels like I do believe that he genuinely feels bad about it. Because, I mean, your community kind of represents you in a way. So he is probably like that too, to a certain extent. Like, this is the kind of community he wanted. This is the kind of community he fostered. So, yeah, I think this answer makes sense. What if he went in there and was all defensive? That would not fly. That would not fly. If you're gonna be fully defensive and go like full bunny Ayu, you might as well not respond. I think it's better to just keep quiet. Secondly, I have said I am honestly jealous of VTubers who have the confidence to flirt with their chat, and that I'm not very good at direct flirting. I often say there's nothing wrong with parasocial content, nor is there anything wrong with wanting to consume it. I've defended it, and I've said that I want to be able to do that myself with complete confidence, like not only Vane, but some other VTubers who do it as well as they do. It's often something I tease my friends about, and I'm used to that type of banter. That doesn't mean that it was okay to say this about someone that could be uncomfortable with it, and that did not give me permission to say this about them. Thirdly, I want to clarify I have and would never say a model is someone's only reason for success. Oh, I got a Micah Mallow! Raid! Welcome everybody! Welcome! When did Mouse channel got nuked? Just a few hours ago. No, it's our main channel. I've said many times on stream you can have the best model on the planet but won't see any success unless you know how to use it and have the personality to match it, which he does. I've said this about him whenever he's been brought up in chat. I respect Vane's hard work a lot. Didn't I say that? I said that saying that you form parasocial doesn't... He never... It's true. He never said that his model is the only reason for his success. That was words that were put in his mouth. She got nuked again. Well, you guys can rewind in the VOD to that segment because I've already spoken about it, but Ironmouse's channel, her main YouTube channel got removed. Not the VOD channel like last time. Her main channel got removed, which had over 1 million subscribers. Okay, back to the document. Fourthly, as for my sincerity and or seeing someone as a number or using anyone, I honestly very rarely ever set up collabs, asked to collabs, or even wanted to collab. I've expressed this to people both privately and on stream publicly. I have extreme anxiety around others. I constantly am worried about being annoying, hurting others' feelings, and generally not living up to the standards of being a good friend. I'm honestly heartbroken that Vane felt used, and this is what I want to avoid the most. I care more about being friends. I would have been completely happy just going back to doing my own thing and just hanging out with people offline. I don't like the pressure of hosting collabs, and while I may have hosted a couple recently because I met some nice people and wanted to push my boundaries a bit, I found them anxiety inducing and streamed on my own for years because of this. I don't care about numbers. I always said yes to collab I'm invited to by mutual people I trust. I've collabed with people of all size. I usually prefer to stream and grow on my own, which I have done for years. The recent collabs I was invited to is the most I've collabed ever in my entire VTubing career. I also want to clarify that all the messages I sent him in private and in our group DM are sincere. I was honestly excited to talk to him and hang out with him. I am generally very shy and have trouble reaching out to other streamers. As for messaging him during my birthday stream, I didn't know someone from my chat had gone to his stream and asked him to join us, and I just asked him myself as a friendly gesture with no pressure behind it. When he said he was gonna do his own thing, I said no worries. I just wanted to extend an invite. To me, this just seemed like a friendly gesture. I apologize, Vane, if it came off any other way. And that's actually kind of sad because no, I believe Sans truly wanted to be his friend, and he was maybe excited to meet somebody else that he thought would be a good collab partner and maybe a friend down the road. And he got a little overzealous, and it actually hurts when you want to do things with somebody else and they're kind of like, actually no. Also, after talking with my manager, I have decided to change the way I handle my mod team. The way I have managed my mods have been too casual and unprofessional. I wanted it to feel like a friend group more than a mod team, and in doing that have caused people to feel uncomfortable. Well, as to how to handle mods, well, you should make it a fun environment because they're not being paid. So I don't think you can make your mods feel like they're working, because then it wouldn't be fun. One example for me there is a producer, so two producers, they always work together, and sometimes they have projects with, you know, full budget, and sometimes they have projects that they're like, you know, they're kickstarting on their own, but if it goes well and if they manage to pitch the final product, then we'll unlock, you know, the full budget. But so to get the initial project started, then they need people that are willing to work, you know, for less, but that are still gonna create a good product. you know, creatives and a bunch of people. You need to bring a lot of people together, and these guys, they're so good at bringing people together because they're so fun. Like, they have so much to handle and they have to wear so many different hats, but they're always gonna make you feel like you're having a lot of fun, even though it's really hard work. And I've worked on a couple projects with them, and they're really cool, and they make everybody want to be there, even if even if they're not being paid like their usual rates. And that's a kind of charisma that I think you should try to bring, and the kind of fun vibe that you should try to bring when people are doing, you know, are helping you out with things, when they're working for you, when they're moderating with you. So yeah, I'll try to yell less at my mods. And I will try to bring the fun vibes. But professionally, you are responsible for your mods' actions. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you are, but I mean, I think that's why you gotta pick your mods carefully in the first place. And I feel like a lot of streamers don't pick their mods very carefully. And then things like that happen, where the mods leave because they get upset at something the streamer said, and then they leak things. Kind of like Senzawa mods. They revolted on her when she, you know, became Gora. Can we get some natural sunlight in the basement as well? Alright. We'll make it work, Celtic. But it's coming out of your next paycheck. But this is why I don't really mod a lot of people, and I think Legal Mindset said that too, that he only has like 2 mods or 3 mods. So you want mods that are not gonna pick fight with people on Twitter. Like the other day, there was legit like somebody spurging out at Rosie Bell Moo, and it said that they had modding for like a corpo in their Twitter bio, and I was like, oh my god, that is not a good look. What paycheck? They literally just said they're not paid, but I don't get paid. Well, we can work it out in some other ways then, Celtic. What's Twitter? Wait, why are you guys asking what's Twitter? Rosie got some weird messages from a weirdo online. Dude, they're fighting with Rosie over what? They're fighting with Rosie over demons in their head. No, like, I'm not even exaggerating. I think that person was like insane. Or schizo. Yeah, they were really weird. I don't want to. That person wasn't actually a mod of that agency they were claiming to be, because I contacted them to warn them, and they weren't actually a mod, so we're good. But it's just to show you how negatively it can reflect on you. Yeah, I know, Rosie is an innocent cow. I know, she's the nicest person ever. Yes. Rosie Bell Moo, she's one of my friends. I did the Crib Review collab with her. Okay, let's go back to Sens. As for the mod chat being deleted, we deleted the mod chat every time we get a new mods, because the mods talk about personal things in there sometimes and don't want that info to be given to newcomers before they get to know them. They have asked me to do this themselves. We didn't delete the mod chat after Vane was brought up either, and it was during the mod trial process, and it has been for many years. I rarely use that chat myself. I just meant more for the mods themselves than me. Lastly, I want to apologize. This seems rushed or a bit chaotic, but I forgot to provide anything or respond to any parts of the document. I'm currently at a convention without my computer and extremely distraught and saddened about the situation. I truly believe this to be a misunderstanding. I'm sad we couldn't just talk it out privately. I understand I can be intimidating in that he feels betrayed and hurt. That being said, I understand why he or anyone else would want to distance themselves from me, but I hope that this helps anyone who reads it to understand my mindset a bit more. My wording was stupid. I had zero malicious intent. Yeah, at the end of the day, for me, I think it's the intent that's the most important, but it's also the trickiest part because we're not in their mind. So we have to sort of guess the intent of people. And it's usually to guess, it's usually easier to figure out what their intent was when there's a lot of evidence or a lot of people that are coming out for their stories. But judging on what I've read so far, it doesn't seem like he had malicious intent. It was more like very gauche of him. The VTubing space can be extremely two-faced, and I have had my own experience with that issue. I understand why Vane feels betrayed and hurt by what I said. I also understand why he would be scared to talk about me privately about this. Please do not harass Vane or his manager. And then there's a TLDR. I want to look at the comments. I'm sad that it seems the way it does because I truly wanted nothing but his friendship. Based off the things you said, you were nothing but jealous of his ways of streaming and success, and that's far away from the concept of a basic friendship. It's backhanded interest. I don't know about anyone else, but I did not read Sen's messages as being anything that could be labeled as jealousy. Like, at worst, you can say he was being an annoying friend that doesn't know when to take hints. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It's as silly as saying I'm not responsible for my company's customer support service. They do their own shit. Don't blame me. Honestly, I feel like it was a lot of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Still though, there were mistakes made and you acknowledged them. I've read both of your statements and I'm convinced that there is no reason this couldn't have been handled privately. You're correct that all of the things you've been accused of saying in private, you also have said on stream, but you need to be more mindful of how they're taken. Yeah, true. I'm super out of place for being kind of confused on everyone saying he's jealous of success and stuff when with statistic, I'm pretty sure he's more popular, whatever words you want to use. Should we compare their stats? I'll be honest, we've reached a point where we will demonize someone in the most abhorrent way possible, all for being socially awkward. So true. So true. We have become so judgmental. Okay, a lot of people also say, even from their own community, are saying that they should have handled it in private. So we're not, it's not just us. It's not just us, chat. People learn how to communicate better and stand up when something happens, like immediately say something, because it's holding on to these things that make us uncomfortable and not tackling them head on that leads to this situation where it grows bigger and bigger and there's awkwardness and one person knows and the other doesn't. Yeah, it boils over internally. Oh, that's Kendra. Are you allowed to feel uncomfortable? Absolutely. Was a Google Doc document necessary? Nope. Yeah, true. Yeah, you're allowed to feel however you want. I don't see how this concerns us. Lol, Lumi. People are actually telling Vane to deal with this privately. Like, did you read the doc? Your fave is a shitty person. It's just right that he gets exposed for it. I really looked up to Sans, really love his streams, his model, his content, but behavior like this is so disgusting. I've never unfollowed someone so fast. I'm utterly disappointed. I'm sorry you went through this. Damn. For saying someone farms parasocial relationships? Sheesh. I mean, maybe it's because that guy doesn't farm parasocial relationships at all. And then that would be an insult. Like, if he's not like that, then yeah, I could see how this is an insult. He hasn't responded to anything. So that's the last update we have so far. American VTubers are weird. I think yeah, I think that too. He assumed the worst without trying to see if it was actually the worst. But yeah, I mean, I think you know, just distancing yourself would have been a valid tactic if you don't want to confront it heads on. Rima, have you gone over the Fruit Google Doc? Do you plan to? Well, it's a bit of old news now. We're 2 hours into the stream. I asked chat if they wanted me to go over it. I didn't get much response. Oh, crap. The poll didn't work. There was another thing I wanted to touch on. So Kunai from Nijisanji is actually graduating tomorrow. And she has not held a stream yet. And she's revived her PL. And she has a very popular other account, which I wonder if it's not one of the main reasons why she's going back to it. On that account, she says, was feeling nostalgic rewatching my old YouTube videos and decided to make some public. It was easy to private them. It wasn't easy to private. No, it was easy to private them. Hadn't been proud of what it. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna restart because I can't read. Was feeling nostalgic rewatching my old YouTube videos and decided to make some public. It was easy to private them. Hadn't been proud of what I was putting out. Maybe it's not all bad, but for those who care, they're there. Back in June 2023, I think that was right before announcing the graduation. She said, missing my crew, I guess. And then the day of the announcement or the day after, not gonna lie, I'm completely fed up with this shit right now. Just so you all know, I'm doing okay, just drifting around in my head all the time recently. Tired recently, but staying positive no matter what. Fight, fight, fight. I have so many mixed feelings, but there's definitely a weight off my shoulders right now. I don't know what's next right now, just need to figure things out. And yeah, like as you guys can see, she almost has 200k subscribers on Sunny Explosion. And on Kunai, she's got 77k subscribers in about a year. And she's graduating without a full year of tenure at Nijisanji, so she stayed there an extremely short time. It's not looking too good. Man, there's a lot of that happened. I also bookmarked a lot of other stuff to talk about, but we won't have any time. So, let me pull up the tweet. So, 2 days ago, Fruit dropped a bombshell of a document, a 90-page Google Doc stating, I want to share a piece of myself with you for a moment. And you guys know me. I have a morbid fascination with reading things like that. So I dove right in. And I'm not sure if this is a direct response to anything. Fruit has had allegations held against her for a really long time, several allegations of different nature. She doesn't address any of them in the Google Doc. And this is mostly like her telling her story with her first husband, quote-unquote husband, which apparently, according to the Google Doc, wasn't actually her husband. Also, why do I have a black barb under my stream? Anyway, I don't know how to fix it right now. I'm not gonna bother. So, yeah, this goes back to V Shoujo. The allegations, I don't know if I want to get into all that because I haven't recently looked into them, and I don't want to say bullshit because I don't remember everything like exactly in the right order or exactly what it was. But there was a few. There was like some cheating allegations that apparently she cheated on her ex-husband while he was deployed. 2, there was a charity thing where she didn't give the money to the charity. And 3, the people disliked her because during the Hogwarts situation, she seemed to be sort of criticizing Silver Veil with her comment saying, we all make mistakes. So if you say we all make mistakes, it kind of implies that you think she made a mistake. But every time, like, these allegations kept being brought up over and over again. It's like something that she can't really escape. So I'm guessing, I'm not in her head, and I'm only speculating right now, that maybe she's doing this to address at least one part of them. Now, in the document, she explains that she wasn't actually married, but I like skimmed through it, but I didn't read all of it, so we can get to it together. Hikari Artwork! Some funds to up your harem game. The end has us beat. Thank you so much. This will go to the harem fund for sure. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh, why are you crying? Shit! I turned these on for the Ame part and I forgot to turn them off. They're so subtle. Except none of these are things with evidence. Cheating is astronomically hard to prove. The donut could have happened unbeknownst to us. The silver thing is cropped out of context. Yeah, the silver thing is cropped out of context and we don't know what they said to each other behind the scenes. The cheating stuff, I don't, like, relationships are complicated and I don't fucking care. I think we should have never known about this in the first place, and I think that's part of the private realm and should stay there. For me, the biggest thing in all the allegations was always the charity stuff. But again, I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't have all the details, but I feel like if I really wanted to look into it, I could probably find a lot of information. And yeah, I could find a lot of stuff, I'm sure. Do I want to spend the energy to do it? I don't know. That shit's old. Okay, so just so you know, some parts are kind of hard to read, so if you have like a small disclaimer, there's a lot of talk of domestic abuse and other weird stuff. And there's a lot of coarse language. You forgot to add that back before she was a Vtuber, she made patches for people in K and 4chan. She and her husband got a ton of orders for patches, which they never fulfilled, so they kept the money. Okay, and yeah, and that was the last one. It's a lot of baggage. A lot of baggage. I don't even know where to start. Do I want to read all this? So when I was 19, I was abused by my then partner. How did I end up being stuck in an abusive relationship? Abusers don't start out the door with their behavior. They pretend to care about you and act like a good person so you don't leave. They start feeding you their abuse bit by bit until you're completely destroyed and unable to leave, locked in and nowhere else to go. They use emotional blackmail and manipulate you to eventually fully depend on you and make you believe you can't do or be anything without them. They make you feel incapable of being a functional human and you will believe them. Once you're in this stage, the entire relationship becomes a complete control over in every aspect of your life. Who you talk to, who your friends are, what you wear, how you look, how you talk, your opinion, interest and beliefs, everything. He would constantly degrade me, insult me, lie to me. I tried to leave him on numerous occasions, but he kept threatening to commit suicide and blame it on me. He emotionally blackmailed me. Ah, man, not the suicide threats. Isolate me from my family, forced me to develop dependence on him. I didn't eat, I didn't wash, I wore the same set of pajamas for weeks. Wait, what's wrong with that? I didn't move out of my bed and lived around trash. He caused me to become depressed. I want to preface that I'm doing much better now. Green is me, blue is him. Yeah, rip bod. There's some really heavy teams in this thing. And I don't know how to replace the S word with something else. The airport S assault incident. I was on my way to America to see him. I had to stay overnight in an airport in Sweden. During my stay there, I was unfortunately sexually assaulted by a stranger. It was 1 a.m. and I had been traveling all day. I had no choice but to choose a bench to sleep on at the me away from my family. Call it essay. Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I will do that. That's gonna be less sus to say out for YouTube. His response was not what I'd expect from someone in his position. I was 19 at the time. I just thought this is how hard life is and that I have to suck it up and deal with it, which is what he taught me and is why I thought nothing of his response. So here she's saying, oh my god, you know, I don't want to see that guy ever again. I could have been R-worded. He then started to follow me, so I ran straight for the woman's toilet, which is where I am now. Oh wait, it's reading from the bottom up, sorry. So he says, I'm really scared. She says, I fell asleep on a soft couch and I was in a quiet room in the airport. I woke up to a guy sexually touching me. He started to follow me and I ran to the woman's toilet. What do I do? It's 3:40 and my train is at 12. I'm stuck at this airport and I don't want to see that guy ever again. My phone is at 17%. I can't find a Swedish universal plug. It's like just her typing. Which means I might not get in touch with you until I actually see you. I hope I can get my cable to charge my phone. See you later, my phone's gonna turn off. And he replies with a frowny face emoji. Oh fuck. That's good. How are you doing? I've been better, but I'm glad things were resolved. I feel violated, and now Sweden will forever remind me of this unfortunate incident. I'm just relaxing for now. Basically, he's just not providing much support. Were you in a public area? Yeah, there was even a guy. I'm not gonna say the babe part, okay? It's too cringe, I can't say it. Yeah, there was even a guy fast asleep and totally oblivious. I went to go lie down and sleep on a couch. The airport was quiet, almost dead, full of people sleeping on benches and stuff. I thought airport would be like safer because there's tons of security there. But I guess not. Not much he can do in another country. I mean, he can provide some emotional support. The document starts out a little bit slow. This part is not really the most egregious part. The biggest reason why him reacting this way is an issue because later on he would use this as an example of how much he's done for me. In future arguments, he would say that he supported me when I went through this to get a leg up on me and use it as an example of how he went the extra mile for me when I don't reciprocate regarding unrelated things in his eyes. Back to wanting to divorce myself from you. Now currently, I'm back to wanting to kill myself because you're not there for me. You won't be there if I need you on a moment's notice because apparently the internet is the ultimate barrier for you when it's never been one for me. I hate the I'm gonna kill myself if you don't do this threats. I hate that. Oh, I meant slow in terms of him, not slow in terms of essay. I think if somebody does that to you, chat, you should run. You should run. You should run. You stopped me from killing myself when I was divorcing. I hate when people put all the pressure on you. You're my everything. Without you, I am nothing. Without you, I'm gonna kill myself. So you have to stay. Oh, for the airport? Yeah, run stream, call security. The only thing is sometimes you arrive at an airport around like midnight/1 a.m. and then it's really quiet and all the stores are closed. So I'm wondering if maybe then there was like no one around. But still, I thought airports were like had super heightened security, especially after 9/11. Like Evil Toaster used that tactic a lot. The tactic that like you're the only friend I have. It's very manipulative. Okay, personal info, so it's redacted. Who bought you a plane ticket last minute with no planning whatsoever because I fucked up but you refused to leave the airport? Me. Who got molested at said airport because of the unplanned tickets I got you? You! But who was instantly there to give you some sort of help and advice at a moment's notice? That's right, me. What a crazy sentence to say! What a crazy sentence to say. I can't keep on going, but when I reverse the list to see what you've done for me, when you've been there for me, you know, to do your basic responsibilities as a wife, let's see. Yeah, to be fair, self-obsessed abusers aren't great at providing positive emotional support. True. This is something I see people do a lot when they count all of the things that they do for their significant other or their friend, and then they keep tabs. They're like, okay, so this person did this for me, and then I did this for them, but then I did this for them too, and then I helped them with this, and then it's like an imaginary list that keeps on growing bigger and bigger and bigger until it's too late. Made me choose between... Yeah, I don't know how to replace these words, guys. It's gonna sound silly. Made me choose between unconsented smecks or getting cheated on. My ex was adamant on trying to form a sexual activity. Sorry, I can't read. My ex was adamant on trying a form of sexual activity. I constantly said no. Even when he made jokes about it, I was still serious in saying no. He didn't respect my decision. When I went offline after I tell him no a number of times and expressed my disappointment with his statement, he still painted me as the one in the wrong for not being comfortable with him pushing past my boundaries. The next day, I wake up to his messages implying he wanted to commit suicide over me exercising autonomy over my body stuff. What? Wait, because she didn't want to sleep with him, he said he was gonna go off himself? Holy schizo! I'm sorry if I'm laughing. It's just that I don't know. This is so crazy. I don't know how else to react. He wanted to be... The cat puked and he didn't want to clean it up. I'm going to off myself. Okay, so... Okay, green is her, blue is him. And it reads from the bottom up. And I don't want to try it. You're gonna try it. Fight me. No, I'm not. I will fight you. Yes, you are. Okay, it looks like banter here. Oh yeah, so lucky I ended up with a woman who won't try something everyone else tries. I've never effed a woman and is barred out. Oh, now you're trying to guilt trip me. That's not fair. Yes, absolutely. I don't want to. You're quite obviously wanted to leave me over saying no to, and yet you're still trying to turn this around. Before you were up for trying. Now you're just flat out saying no. I've always said no, but you don't listen. It's a letdown. This conversation with you is a letdown. Good, I'm glad I let you down, because now I know where we stand. On how far you'd go for me versus how far I would go for you. Okay, then she should ask him if he wants to be pegged then. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. Helicloto raid. This is a weird time for you guys to drop in. But hi. Hey, Tristan. Yes, we were just talking about Rosie Bell. I really like that stream. Well, welcome, welcome. Yeah, butt stuff or I die. I'm sorry. I am not. Listen. I can already see the comments on the VOD saying that Rima is trivializing X and Y and Z. I ain't trivializing it. I think it's so wild that there's no choice but to laugh at this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, perfect raid moment when pegging is mentioned. Narcissists are great at hiding their true self, and once you get with them, that's when... I know, because unfortunately I've had the misfortune of meeting a few people like that, and you catch on fast. You catch on fast. And if you're smart, you run. You run fast. Bustin! Bustin, thank you for the resub! Thank you. Oh man, there was a scene in The Boys that was so funny. That reminded me of that. Where, well, it's kind of spoilers, but the last season was bad, so you guys aren't gonna watch it anyway. You know what? It's gonna be too long to explain, and you guys won't get it anyway. So whatever. But it was a butt joke stuff. Oof. Just watch it. And once you get to that part, you guys will know. Ah, that's what Rima was gonna say but didn't say. It was too lewd of a joke. Alright, so let's keep going. So he says, good, I'm glad I let you down, because now I know where we stand on how far you'd go for me versus how far I would go for you. Is going somewhere for you, so I'm not allowed to say what I'm uncomfortable to do. You don't have to. God forbid you ever try to me without my consent. But know that I won't die without trying it at least once. What was it? So she says, so you're going to fuck someone else then? He says, maybe at some point. So what are you trying to say? Maybe it'll be after you die, but it's going to happen. That you're going to drag this out for as long as possible until you decide to leave me. I just don't see the point of a relationship that doesn't try things they're uncomfortable with. If it ain't this, it can be something else one day. Bro, this isn't a bungee jumping. Wait, bro is saying this like, like she's never flown before and she's trying to go on a plane for the first time with him, or they're gonna go do like you know when you jump off a jet and you fly around the sky, like, oh yeah, you know, you gotta try things you're uncomfortable with. Nah, this guy has negative riz. Yes, this is a terrorist negotiation. I don't get it. He's holding his own life hostage. like, I don't know. It's not like he's not pushing her boundaries in a positive way, where it's like, oh, okay, you know, I'm not somebody that likes to get out of my comfort zone. I don't like to go camping. I don't like to go play basketball. But my partner is like, yo, let's go do some sports together. It'll be good for your body. It's gonna be healthy. You know, it's not that. It's not a hobby. It ain't the same thing. You can't use this argument here. Maybe it'll be after you die. What does that even mean? And to him, he's implying me saying no to this one thing is the same as me saying no to absolutely everything else. Then the screenshots go on. I forgot you're going to chicken out of that too, because you love not experiencing anything for yourself. Being scared is no joke. It isn't, but at some point you need to have courage. When I'm ready, on my terms. If you're not going to die, what are you scared of? On your terms, nothing will ever happen. I wasn't aware you were such a baby. It's a wonder we managed to have sex. It's not fair, considering how scared you were of nature. You're right, it isn't. Society says we're forced to stick with one woman, yet she won't support me in something she's not comfortable with. What is this? Society says we're forced to stick with one woman. You know what was wrong with this? This guy was too early for his age. He should have waited a couple years, then he could have joined Andrew Tate's Hustler University. Society. Okay, so he goes on. He says, I would give you shit, but that's about it. Right, you wouldn't say no, eh? We are not equals like I assumed we were. I will put my money where my mouth is. And she says, but make me feel like I have to be forced to do something I'm completely uncomfortable with and stressed out about for the sake of this relationship. That's okay for you. You're fucked up. Telling you leave me because you cannot provide something I want. Telling me you're going to cheat on me unless I do it. That's F. That's exactly what you just did to me. Quit pinning this around. You look like an absolute dickhole. Oh, there's a lot of swears in this. I will be partially demonetized and I give up. You know what scares me? Being poor. What? You know what scares me? You know what scares me, chat? Being poor. Yet I don't mind being 2,000 in the hole, because I would do it for you. Easy for you. Call it peer pressure, call it what you want, but you cannot provide. Previously I said the reason for me saying no, not that I have to give one, was because I was scared. Now he brings back the topic and uses it to make his own point about what he's scared of, to compare himself to me. To make the things he's scared about seem worse than what I'm scared of. This is how an abuser invalidates your views and guilts you into doing something you're not comfortable with. You are being selfish, so now you're throwing everything in here that's completely irrelevant, because if you won't give up, you'll leave me. I'm not talking to you, I'm closing Facebook and getting on with my work. Go to bed, you've upset me. We went from him pressuring me into doing something I said no to multiple times and threatening to sleep with another woman if I don't agree to it, to I can provide, what can you do? It's true. The conversation kind of went around. He's kind of blaming this to all these other factors. It seems to him having autonomy over my own body is selfish. This, oh, it's starting from the bottom. Yeah, you've disappointed me too. Keep an eye out for change in my behavior then. I won't go the extra mile for you if you want for me, and I'll rescind my statement of love too. Someone who loves you won't deprive you out of something that at least that you have a workaround, but she won't even do that. That's selfish. This all started as a joke. I never imagined you would actually say no. That's what I'm the most upset. Yeah, that's not happening. If it ain't missionary, it ain't authorized by army regulations. What? I'm gonna let my fear control me now. I really may as well be dead. What a pointless existence. I'll be living with you. If you're afraid to go out of your comfort zone, would you rather see me dead or fucking another woman before you do anything for me? This is the craziest... Dude, he's going off! Ever since this morning where you ultimately wanted to leave me to prove how serious you are, I've been contemplating S-word again. Because at the end of the day, no matter how normal my life appears to be, it would always come crashing and burning around me. Nothing will remain of what I had hoped in. Nothing I care about survived the test of time. So if I don't stick around, I won't be on this earth. But that's a decision I'll make for another time. I'm done with living it's the same shit over and over and over and over again. Seriously, all of that because she didn't want to do a sexual thing with you? Bro. Get real problems. Please. The suffering of my heart doesn't end, so I put up with it and cry in public or go away quietly. Alright, do that then. God, reading this is tilting. But I want sex! Yeah, go get an escort. What is this childish behavior? Holy. That's still him. Okay, he goes on. Oh my god, he's still going. It's like when these girls open up their, you know, their Twitter spam folder and there's like one dude having a conversation with himself for like 3 months. No, it doesn't, but if you're not going to do anything about it, why are you still worried? Either way, nothing's going to change. The only thing different now is that I'm aware where I stand in this relationship, at the very bottom. I am aware that you won't go the extra mile for me, and I'm aware that you're as basic of a woman as it gets. Pro tip, don't get married at 19. Yeah. I don't think it was an official marriage, though. We'll get to the marriage part soon. If you're fine giving me the bare minimum in this relationship, just know that you don't deserve anything extra I have done for you. Why are you even trying to get a 19-year-old wife, though? Like, if you want all of these things, you want her to be autonomous. Later on, he's gonna be like, I want you to provide and all this stuff. Well, maybe you should have gotten somebody that had their stuff together a little more. I don't know. You kind of chose this person. And I mean, in a certain way, she also shouldn't have stuck with him after all that. But at the same time, she was 19, probably low self-confidence. So, I mean, people make mistakes, as she said. We're going through the pages pretty well. We're already at page 25, so I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling it's not the same as the screenshots of Evil Toaster, where every single screenshot was an essay. At least here, every single screenshot is like, you know, one line. Alright. If you're fine giving me the bare minimum in this relationship, just know that you don't deserve anything extra I have done for you in the past. I'll leave it at that because I've already had this same discussion before in the past. And this is over a single Smix act. It's rather petty. It goes beyond that. I was prepared to give up my family for you last year because this could be anything. Yeah, and if you chose them over me, I would say the same thing. This is a tantrum. I've already had the same discussion before in the past. Here he's referring to his ex-wife. How old is that guy? He's already like married twice in the span of a couple years. That's also like a red flag. Don't forget, I'll still leave you if you choose not to have kids with me in the future. If okay. What a nice wrist this guy has. Don't forget though, I'll still leave you if you fuck up later in the future. Be on your guard. What a splendid, fun-loving relationship. If we aren't working together towards our common goals, then this isn't a relationship. Wait, hold up. What's the common goal here? That aren't you guys talking about a sexual act? That's a common goal now? If I can't provide you with my presence over summer because I can't afford to, then I borrow money from a bank. If you don't want to give up, then I'll try it with someone else. That's how that works. Or you just put yourself in a position when you are open-minded. I only get one woman in the world. I kind of hate that rhetoric. That I gave you so much and I'm doing all of that and you can't reciprocate. Okay, well then don't do all that. I'd rather you just don't do it. I'd rather you just don't borrow money from the bank then. That's what I would say. You know, we can both just do the bare minimum. That's my goal. Oh, he's talking about marriage goals, so maybe, you know, have a fulfilling sexual life is also a marriage goal. I get it. Okay, I get it. I would also like to mention having children. Getting married are two of the biggest ways an abuser will manipulate their partner into not being able to escape, alongside isolating them from their friends and family, so that the victim has nobody else to turn to and cannot run away. At time, he threatened to cheat on me if I didn't consent to what he wanted to do. Wait, isn't that what we just read, or it's something else? Literally, what's the point of commitment to you if you're just inviting me to cheat on you? You know, there's one thing the chaplain did say about my previous divorce. The chaplain? Hold up. Isn't a chaplain a priest? To military, bruh. You bring in the priest in the conversation? I'm done. I am done. Chaplain said we should do this. Bye. Later. Which was, because of that alone, statistics says I'm 50% more likely to divorce my next wife. I'm not sure what that means, because when you start feeling the same negative feelings you got from your last marriage, all you want to do is give up again. I'll fuck woman to be happy. What an unhinged sentence. I can't be with you if you fuck another woman. Since you won't make the attempt to me, then everything you're telling me is a lie, if you think I don't deserve you. I can't be with a man who F's other women no matter how depressed I am for this relationship. You, oh my god, I have to read this out loud. You either deserve my D or you don't. What's it going to be? Dude, this is so, this is Hustler University. What is this? You can, she replies, you can F another woman, but you can't stay with me. And he says, you can't stay with me. They're both wasting their time in a dysfunctional relationship. Clearly it's not working for both of them. They have very different, I can already tell, they have very different views of how they want the relationship. They have very different roles that probably don't even come from similar backgrounds, because clearly she's not uncomfortable with things that he takes that every, you know, wife should get. So, you know, they just don't belong together. So, my dyslexia causes me to have working memory loss. That can sometimes affect my life, but it's nothing too serious. I will struggle to remember a date unless I write it down or other people remind me. Working memory is the capacity to store information in an individual's temporary memory in order to perform a task. This posed a problem in my relationship with my ex-abuser. This was before I got an official diagnosis for dyslexia, and because I had no real proof of being dyslexic at the time, he would gaslight me into thinking I'm just stupid and lazy. Dyslexia does not affect your intelligence. He would use words like slow, stupid, R-word, dumb. He claimed that I was just trying to find excuses and crutches for forgetting to do something for him, all the while I was across the ocean studying for my degree in university. He refused to believe me, so I went out and saw a psychologist and got an official diagnosis. After I came back with a real proof this time, he was then upset about how life isn't fair for him and how he just couldn't have a normal functioning partner. This still did not stop him from gaslighting me into thinking I'm stupid. There's more. There's 60 pages of this. This was, and apparently, and it gets worse. This was after I decided to. Okay, so what happens here? This part is also wild. I forgot about this. Oh my god. Reading this out loud is a little hard. It's a little cringe, but I'm gonna try to do it. Okay, so. Well, reading people's like relationships text is always cringe. Like every times you know stuff is leaked, it's always cringe to read. So you know I'm just gonna try to get over it. So basically, he always berates her because she says she's dyslexic. He's saying that, you know, no, you're just stupid and lazy and you're making up excuses. So she finally goes to get an official diagnosis, and she comes back with the official diagnosis, and this is what he responds. That you now have an excuse. You haven't read upon it enough to know how it affects the brain. For everything. It affects memory, speech, how you answer questions. Yeah, I'm sure you're magically retarded to suit your needs. What a coincidence. She responds, what the fuck? I'm going to bed. Bottom line, you can't pull shit with me like this forever. If that's your reason for everything, I'm not gonna stick around. What are you talking about? Pull shit. Exactly as it sounds, using your disability as a crutch. Boy, I'm not using it for everything. Eventually, I want a wife who's competent. And I find that part very insulting, that he says, like, you know, I want a wife who's competent, so he's calling her incompetent. And if she struggles, at least she has the ability to admit she needs help. Not blaming it on something. I'm not blaming anything on anyone. Then I don't know, because your dyslexic should cease from your vocabulary. Like, you don't even give yourself a chance to think. You just immediately say, I don't know. So judging from this, I assume he's upset at her because he probably asked her a question and she just replied like, I don't know. And he was expecting an answer that would intellectually stimulate him. But, you know, if you want that from your partner, get somebody that's older. Or get somebody else. And, you know, don't just always threaten people to leave. Just leave then, if you're unhappy, instead of making both of you miserable. Turns out that's just you as a person. On one hand, I don't like being lonely. On the other, we decided to commit our future to each other, and it seems you are unable to handle yourself. Therefore, I see a rocky future with you. That line is crazy too. Therefore, I see a rocky future with you. That's why I'm not sure. Sad smile. I don't know what to do anymore except be mad at everything. Life's not fair. Okay, the other things is more mild. He didn't like that I watched an anime that depicted a gay couple. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he's also like very homophobic, but like he's not ironically homophobic. He's actually homophobic. He's not just doing edgy jokes. I think he just really dislikes gay people. So she's watching a show with Fury, and he had a tantrum about his disdain for me watching anything even related to the topic of LGBT. And I've drawn both attractive women and attractive men in my art previously. This has never been an issue prior with my ex, so I was shocked to see his reaction. Kind of not what I pictured. I mean, even given by some chat logs, Fruit was homophobic also. Could be. I mean, we don't know if these were fake or if those chat logs are reals. And also, I was thinking that this actually would explain a lot of those homophobic things she said. But again, I'd have to see them again for me to make like a firm conclusion. Kind of not what I pictured. I don't even watch or binge Yuri. Citrus is an anime hyped up because everyone I know, yet the only reason I watched it was because Crunchyroll promoted it. So you're going to simply follow the crowd. You're going to prove the fact that people think it's acceptable to have a mental disorder and find it amusing. So he's calling it having a mental disorder. The F, did I confuse you, or do I need to break this down further for you? What's so confusing? Point it out. You're going to prove the fact that people think it's acceptable to have a mental disorder and find it amusing. You think gay people are normal? That's why you watch shit like Yuri. That's why you approve gay relationships and you find it entertaining. I don't see gayness as a mental disorder. I wasn't brought up that way. Show me on your body where the... there's all these words that I can't say online where the V word is from another woman is supposed to go. Question mark. I see gayness and heteroness as people finding love in whoever they want to love. Yeah, and that's not the way nature created us. And what's the question supposed to even mean? It means you're too blinded by emotions to realize how unscientific it is for people to be effing gay. You're saying you would prefer me to find a true love in a man when I eventually found it with you, because I'm not going to defy nature. Most people don't jump into a relationship with the intention of reproducing. You didn't date me solely for the reason of reproduction, did you? No, but if I can't have a child with you, it will end this relationship. What is the point you're making right now? I refuse to be with a woman who associates with anything that isn't normal. Gays aren't normal. I have standards for myself. Just because you want to be effing gay, she's like doing that emoji. I'm not gay. You want to accept them as part of society when they're all just a bunch of mental disordered fuck. Holy shit. And you enjoy watching it. Damn, dude. As for the normal thing, I think, you know, it's pretty accepted nowadays when... I mean, even back then, in 2018, being gay was pretty accepted. At least where I live and where I've been brought up. And just like how you're probably a closet gay too, you're actually being childish. Yeah, this guy is hella conservative. Gifted 5! Thank you, Ice Daddy! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted! Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. He's super homophobic. He's super homophobic. Like, you don't have the rights to call me childish while being the most malnourished, sleep-deprived person I know, all because of your choices, not mine. Your personalities and the way you act can be childish. That's fine, I'm still 10 times more successful in life at my current age than you ever have been. Gee, thanks. He is putting her down a lot in those screenshots. I'll treat you like the rest. You're not willing to get up there with me. You're not willing to have standards. Then go on, get lost in the swamp with the rest of the good-for-nothings. Everyone will call me selfish, but I don't give a fuck. And she says, what the fuck? I promise not to mention anything that you consider degenerate that can threaten your career. Meaning gay shit. The video call ended. You're not a piece of shit. I can't breathe. Maybe I'll be better at a relationship when I get out of this depressive hole that I'm stuck in. The screenshot is 2 hours later after I'd just been dealing with verbal abuse. I told him I disagree with him, he would have... Wait, what? If I told him I disagree with him, he would abuse me. If I didn't have the same views as him, he would abuse me. I didn't give up and let him win because he saw me as a competition. He would continue to abuse me the next day. None of this abuse was working and I still didn't give in. He later called me for 115 minutes. When he called me, he would victimize himself and act like his life is the worst to make me feel sorry for him. He would constantly call himself names and put himself down to me. Me saying you're not a piece of shit is a response to him telling me something like you probably think I'm a piece of shit, because he often twisted his words to make me look like the bad guy. Usually when I found myself not able to breathe, it's because I'm reacting to him talking about vocally contemplating S-word, which is a running theme with every argument they've had. Sorry. He said that me engaging with LGBT content threatened his career in the US Army. Do they have a rule for that? And eventually, after 2 hours of emotional manipulation, I gave in. This is how he eventually managed to skew all of my opinions and views into becoming a carbon copy of this. I wanted to avoid abuse every way that I could. This happened every time I wanted to talk about my interests that didn't align with this. What's NPD? No, it's not a thing. Don't ask, don't tell. Not for many years. Oh. Oh, come on. Don't ask, don't tell was repealed 10 years ago. It's not a rule exactly. Okay. Depends on his CEO. If his CEO is a homophobe, if they found out it... Okay. Yeah, this was 2018. Yeah, pretty conservative takes. And listen, guys, you know, I don't agree with everything she's done, obviously. I've said my biggest plight against her. But I think regardless of how you feel about her, I think, and you can acknowledge that what she did was bad or that she did some bad things, but you can also at the same time empathize with what she's going through. I mean, clearly there's a bigger asshole here. No? Yes, it's hard to understand why they remain in one, for real. My friend was in one too, but we easily convinced him to end it. It is hard when they're stuck into it. I think it's usually people with very low self-confidence. And I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But I've seen a lot of stories that are similar. Yeah, that's also a good point, Kirsten. We can't actually confirm all of the timelines in action or confirm the affair. So, I mean, she didn't say that this was a response to any allegations. This is just her story with her ex. I'm still in that hole. Nothing has changed from the start of the year. We've already discussed this. You tell yourself that if it makes you feel better, it won't change how I feel. Okay. I'm done with this part. You already know I consider my S life just as important as my love life. If one withered away, I can't say I fully love you. I know. The marriage. The whole thing wasn't a real marriage. There was no wedding, no ceremony, no dress, no vows. I was alone. I had been stripped away from my family, stripped of my hobbies, my interests, my opinions, my confidence, my self-esteem. I had nothing left but him because he made sure of that. He made me choose between him and my family and made me scared to think for myself. I had no one. I traveled alone for the first time to America at the age of 19, and it was at his home when I had nowhere to go and no way of getting my cell phone when he asked me to marry him. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to know what was going to happen if I said no, so I pressured myself into saying yes on the spot. My family hated me. I hated me. He made me believe I was incapable of living without him. He molded me into his pocket housewife. I never wanted any of this. I had only been dating him for less than a year at that point. I didn't want to have to deal with whatever happened if I refused, so I signed the paper. I was no longer a human being anymore. I was my abuser's property. He had full control of me. How he knew I couldn't leave even when I live in another country because I was now legally bound with this man, and his abuse with me worsened. I was stuck. I feel a massive amount of shame and embarrassment of myself over this. This is the biggest regret I forced myself to repress over the years. I don't consider it a chapter of my life, but a nightmare that lasted for too long. Now I don't consider myself ever being married, but instead I viewed it as a traumatic event. At the time this happened, I still never viewed it as a marriage, only ever referred to him as my boyfriend. And I've never referred to someone as my husband because it wasn't what I wanted. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. GHHKKGFFH. It's hard to say your name, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you so much. Dude got married to get out of the barracks? I saw somebody else say that. So does it work like that? So you can go back home if you're married? Yeah, marriage is a trap, chat. Don't get married. Oh, she says that. Okay. I probably skipped that part. Then he used me in the US Army. You are required to live in the barracks on base. If you marry and have a family, you can move out of the barracks off base and have your own house. He used me so he could keep the house he acquired by marrying his ex-wife. I didn't live with him. Everything in that house was his. He lived by himself, a comfortable life in that house alone. He just exploited me for his personal gain. I was never in the picture, just a checkbox on a list. During this time, when it was supposed to be an overseas vacation, he turned me into a housewife, demanding me to make his lunch every single day the exact way that he wanted it, making me do his chores in a house I didn't live in. And if I messed up even a little bit, he would shout at me, insult me until leaving me alone to deal with what he had just given me, taking all of his frustration at work on me. Yo, that's crazy. I wasn't allowed to have friends. When I was living in my student house with... When I was living in my student house with the other 6 other uni students that like to throw house parties in our house. How far are we in? 48, okay. After all, it was a very large house with 7 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The parties were just your average university young people. These parties happened 3 to 4 times per year, so barely ever. I remember retreating to my room during every party because my ex was blowing up my phone and insulting me for hanging out with my own friends. I had a friend like that where she was hanging out with us, and at one point she pulled the phone away from her ear and put her partner on speaker, and her partner was fucking yelling at the top of their lung. They were actually freaking out every time she went out to just hang out with friends. There are people like that. This is why it brings some cringe memories back. I've met people like that. I've seen this pattern before. I remember breaking down in front of my friend because of the emotional blackmail. Trying to join bank accounts when we hadn't been together for so long. The relationship had just begun. I was still living with my parents while studying at university. My mom was in control of my bank account at the time. He insisted we join bank accounts. This was an early sign of abuse because it was the first time he attempted to gain control over me. I wanted to run it by my mom first. As I declined, he took his frustration out of me. Bro, do not join your bank accounts. Do not join your bank accounts. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I told you already, it takes two to tango. If you're not with me on finances, romance, work ethic, cleanliness, then obviously you're not, and that could be any of those. Clearly finances will sink this relationship faster than the Titanic. From the moment you decided you don't want my help, I knew we were effed. I've not decided I don't want your help at all. Yeah, you basically have. You're jumping to conclusions by telling me I'm not worth your time right now. I'm not worth it enough to give you help. Why do you fail to understand that I wanted to try to sort it out with the person who is currently in control of my bank account first, and to take action via what you're suggesting I should do? Since when did I tell you you're not worth my time? You're jumping to conclusions again. The moment you said you wanted to take a bank account slow? Effin' really? Not my bank account, jeez, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Ours. My mom saw our conversation. I'll tell you what she told me though. She said that you're controlling. It will get worse the longer our relationship progresses. She doesn't want to see me take shit from you constantly, trying to defend myself. It's bullying. It's also very tiring, by the way, when every single thing... I mean, even married people keep separate bank accounts. See? They get from somebody that's married. Yeah, they do. Her mom's right though. It's very tiring what he's doing, always nitpicking, always, you know, having people that have problems with everybody. I don't know. He's just sucking her energy. Maybe there's another part of it that we haven't seen, where she also like that, but I'm basing myself on what's in the document right now. And it ain't looking too good. Let me tell you that. She doesn't want me to be in a controlling relationship like this and constantly living in the shadows of your ex-wife as you compare me to her. She's not letting me go to America anymore because now she is worried about what you might do to me if we were to have an argument like this in person. She said that this is a form of domestic abuse and that no man should treat me like this. For the relationship to work, we have to respect one another. We have to approach each other as equals because what she sees is empowerment. I'm not gonna bother then. That's what I got this morning, because at the moment I don't see as equal, and quite honestly I'm tired of people not giving me their 100% effort. Yeah, I may have gotten out of hand yesterday, but you were being as dense as a brick wall. How old was he? Yeah, that's also what I'm wondering, because he says that he was also married before, so that's his second marriage, a 22-year-old. He noticed how my mom got in the ways of his plan, so after this he manipulated me into choosing him over her and making me cut off communication with her and made her look like the bad guy to me. My relationship with my mom was never fully resolved after this entire thing. Verbal abuse over leaving my computer to go make noodles. This is one of many examples I have of his abusive verbal exchange. For context, I had told him that I needed to make a bowl of instant noodles back in 2017. I was a uni, sharing rent at home with 5 others. I was AFK for 40 minutes trying to fix my stove and making my food. My ex did not approve of me being away for so long and blew up on me. He verbally berated me, insulted my intelligence, and manipulated me into believing I was in the wrong. He also took offense to the fact that I asked my housemates to help him with the stove before him while he lived across the ocean. Of course, I would ask them to help me fix it before anyone else. Hello, Candy. We're reading the fruit document. So he starts by saying, you literally didn't even effing read what I said. I'm not one to screenshot something, but this is fucking stupid. I don't think you should be getting so worked up about a misunderstanding, so it's okay to disrespect me like that then. Okay, gotcha. I'm not trying to disrespect you. For one, you don't give me the common courtesy of letting me know where you're going for a long periods of time. Long periods of time, it was 40 minutes. 2, you give it to your friends. 3, you ignored the hell out of what I sent you. Right up your ass. Wow, calm your tits, douchebags. You didn't even read what I had to say. Case in point. That's why I'm so worked up and nasty apparently. Because just cause I'm yours doesn't mean you can't fucking not give me a common courtesy when you have time for others, but not for me. Everything's going fine. Have you fucking forgotten there is a terrorist threat in your nation? It has been for over a week. Or are you blind? There are a million different things that can go wrong. Someone could break in. You could accidentally hurt yourself, trip and fall. So many fucking things. I don't know where you'd be to let someone know how to get help. Well, I'm sorry you're worried about me, so you don't care. I should have messaged you, but I was more concerned about the fact that I couldn't cook anything. I do care. What the hell? How the fuck do you get a don't care from I'm sorry? Why the fuck you sorry? I'm worrying about you because I didn't mean for you to get worried. Jeez, after I told you I'd prefer to hear, at least I'll let you know what's up if I can, seeing as how your friend get to find out more than I do. I wasn't messaging them for the fun of it. I was messaging them specifically for help because it was their cooker. Push buttons until shit happens or shit breaks. I was, and it was just making noises. You need Jesus. You really do. I feel like common sense just never blessed you. Damn! Jesus, this guy is... He doesn't mince his words, especially for... And that's me saying that. Especially for mechanical things. You can't paint like a champ, but you're fucked at the sight of old stove. The fact that it took you 40 minutes is what surprises me the most. That I can use a stove? That you encounter the same problem as me, asshole. For someone who has nothing but good things to ever say about what I've done, heaven forbid I say I'm good at something on my own, cause poor little you gets her feelings hurt. Well, there's the thing. Whenever we get into a conversation about the fact that I can't or struggle to do something, you're always saying how you're fucking better. It's not a one-time thing at all. Just a sec. Perhaps I am... Okay, I think we've seen enough of this part. Besides, why the F are you coming to me for help after you ignore me for 40 minutes? Only to tell me you couldn't figure out a fucking stove. But you could ask your friend who can't explain something to you, apparently. Actually, I stood there trying to get the gas cooker to work because it's old-fashioned. I'm doing what everyone's told me to do, but it's not igniting. Yeah, and you expected me to just up and help you after you blatantly ignored me over a stupid stove. I asked my friend because it's his fucking stove. Stoves are all the same, but oh fucking well, your dumbass still wasted a lot of time when if you couldn't figure it out, at least get a lighter and turn on the stove manually if you couldn't figure out the igniter. Why would you waste so much time? But oh well, guess everything will be a struggle with you. You always generalize things and I don't like it one bit. This wouldn't be the first time you couldn't figure something simple out. I'm only generalizing, basing things off experiences with you. Like one or two things. I won't always be home to help you. Heaven forbid I'm away at work and you can even turn on a vacuum or something. Yeah, I think the thing is between 19 and 22, every single year is a lot of experience, and I feel like the gap in experience between a 22 years old and a 19 years old is sort of huge. Like age-wise, it's not huge, but I feel like when you get somebody younger than you, everything they're gonna do is gonna trigger you and tilt you because they're just not gonna be as good as you at life. Yeah, and then she, you know, ends the conversation here. For many adults with dyslexia, it is issues with short-term memory and speed of processing that are most frustrating than issues with reading or spelling. When these difficulties are more severe, they can cause problems with keeping track of convos, following instructions, expressing a point of view. When you suck at following instructions, expressing yourself, and keeping track of what I said, congrats, you're dyslexic. But you still use that as a crutch to make you a douche. I'm not using it as a crutch. How many times do I have to stress this to you? Will never mention it to me. I don't need to remind you about my hip. It's best to date somebody your age. I feel okay. I feel like physical age doesn't always reflect. Maybe because I've met older people that were more immature than me, and I've met younger people that were more mature than me. But I guess it's better. I think the more you grow up, the less the age gap matters. But there's that point, you know, when you're fresh out of your teens, where the experience really shows. Because, you know, some of you might be in college, one person might be out of college, and then the experience completely different. Completely different. You want different things in life. You're at different parts of life, and it doesn't connect. And like, I think I've said this argument before, that I dislike when people use their mental disorder as an excuse for everything. And maybe it's because, I mean, these screenshots, you know, are telling the story of, you know, are showing him being the abuser. So, but I haven't seen her make excuses for it yet. But I think like calling your partner stupid every 3 message tags, calling them not good enough, they'll never be able to provide. I mean, I don't use the word gaslight a lot because I feel like it's like some kind of therapy speak that everybody's using, but that's textbook gaslighting. That's what is gaslighting. Rooster, thank you for the 100 bits. I definitely need the energy to get through this. As much as he complains and whines, this is exactly the dynamic he wants. In the same sentence, he is talking about how terrible she is and the marriage is awful. He goes on to say they should have kids. Yeah, exactly. I think these kind of people, they just thrive on negativity. And they always need to find problems everywhere. Yeah, obviously it's technically curated. Yeah. She prefaced in between when mentioning diagnosis. She doesn't plan to use it as an excuse and or doesn't. At least from what's shown. Okay. And obviously it's yeah. I'm with you on that, President. I'm with you on that. You think gaslighting is more being told what to think? I thought it was somebody that would always like insult you, so you'd feel less good about yourself, so your self-worth would go down, so you'd feel like you'd feel more grateful about being with somebody that's on a higher level than you. I feel like that's what he's doing. Like, he probably has low self-confidence, so he's trying to push her down, so she wants to stick with him. It's just making you doubt yourself, crazy making. Okay, maybe I didn't have the right definition of gaslighting, but anyway, he's lame. Let's carry on. It's not a simple call me stupid though, is it? No, if it is, it was, and that's all it'd ever be, something simple. But is it that hard to understand? I need to inform you that you're dyslexic. You tracking. Was that clear enough? Or should I tell you again? I don't need a reminder. You simply do not care enough about how I feel. That I tell you I am done being patient with you. That's him being patient? Wait, she says the same thing. You never were patient with me. I'm just telling you all the shit I dislike about you doing to me. Oh, if only you knew the half of it. I still stuck around with you, did I not? When all I wanted was to be rid of you, you didn't want to move out. That's called patience. Tolerance. Be rid of me? In case you were unaware, you had the prospect of being problematic. That's why I told you I was going to leave you, or did you forget that already? I prefer not to think about it. But yet I'm just always full of shit and I'm not patient. Yet I'm still here. You're always prepared to break me when things aren't going the way you hope them to be. Yeah, because sometimes loneliness is the best happiness. I only have to focus on myself. I mean, hell, I worried so much about you for 40 minutes today. With everything going on in England, you brush it off like it's fucking nothing. I think he's causing more harm to her right now. I don't know what he's imagining. Okay, so I think this is the biggest part of the document, or so I've been told. Rooster, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rooster. I think this part is the most, like, the biggest claim and the most important part of the document. He kicked me out of his house with nothing but the clothes I was wearing. I was in the States and he was mad at me, so he kicked me out of his house. All I had were the clothes I was wearing on my phone. And my phone. I couldn't drive. I was unfamiliar with the area, alone in another country, far away from home, while he was having a tantrum in his house. This was because he took me to a shooting range, and I just wanted to watch him shoot and not participate. He was furious that I was reluctant to shoot his gun and refused to speak to me for 2 days. He embarrassed me in public, in front of his friends, over something so minor. Since this happened in person, the screenshots are from after the fact when we talked about it. That's just you. I don't know what I was doing. I had nobody to go in America, no family, no friends. You can't even drive. We had an argument and you kicked me out of your house. There are so many positive memories too, though. But the entire 2 years have been something I associate to be negative memories now. I'm only human. We all make mistakes. And you are correct. I made a mistake. I don't think that's the correct way to treat the situation. Whether the issue was resolved, regardless, you forced me out of your house. Honestly thought we had resolved that issue after I've done that to you. Did I read it backward? I don't understand. I'm also confused. Like, it's bottom to top, but the arrow wasn't there. Okay, let me read it. I honestly thought we had resolved that issue after I had done that to you. Whether the issue was resolved, regardless, you forced me out of your house. I don't think that's the correct way to treat a situation. Oh yeah, it does make more sense that way. I made a mistake, and you are correct. I'm only human. We all make mistakes. But the entire 2 years have been something I associate to be negative memories now. There are so many positive memories too, though. I had nobody to go in America, no family, no friends. You can't even drive. We had an argument and you kicked me out of your house. I don't know what I was doing. That's just... Yo, imagine if they lived together. It would have been worst. Yeah, I think these are Facebook logs. That's why I observe Andrea. That's why it's formatted weird. Here's one other of many examples how he found a way to make sure there is never a right way for me to do something for him. There will always be something wrong. He's just chilling in here for now, so I don't know why he'd be up in your area, because he's one of my friends. Friends who outweigh the phone call we planned yesterday. Wait, am I supposed to start here and go up? Or... If I wasn't planning to do it at this time in the first place, I was under the impression that you would finally be able to call me free of interference from your mother. Now a friend is what stops you now. Guess I'll just stay silent when I'm in a public with you. You're totally misinterpreted. Dude, this guy is heavy! You know what? I don't think I want a relationship anymore. I think I just want a plant. You know, sit in the corner and don't talk. And just, you know, provide oxygen to the room. I'll settle with that for that. No, you give me a bullshit excuse. I give you no excuse. Was that because someone was in front of you? That's why you can't call? It's sad. I wasn't gonna call you at this point regardless. Because here I'm thinking I can talk to you when your friends are there. So much for showing off your boyfriend, as you've told me before. Just talk. What? We're not all hassles. Oh, I know, I know. And, you know, the gender really doesn't matter here. Could be the guy, could be the girl, could be both. That's just toxic relationships. Honestly, you learn from them, you become stronger, and you vow you don't make the same mistake ever again. It seems he's trying to isolate her from his he gets really upset when she's hanging out with her friends, gets really upset when she's hanging out with her mother. It's kind of like textbook stuff, like textbook, I don't know if abuser is the right word, like psychopath. Isn't that? New sub, thank you, folks. Rodko, like that narcissist type of personality. That's very textbook. A couple days later, I started doing just that, calling him even when my friends were with me. He then had a problem with me for not respecting his privacy and got offended when I told him that my friend said his voice sounded cool for voice acting. Oh yeah, I remember that part. He starts saying that's the gayest insult he ever received, and he got upset at that. When I don't call him in front of my friends, he doesn't like that. When I do call him in front of my friends, he doesn't like it. Abusers will always make you lose in every situation. Friends and Redacted said you have an amazing voice. You have a voice great for voice acting. It's true though. Why do they know what my voice sounds like? I've always said it. They heard me talking to you over the phone once. Nice to know. What? I like my privacy. I didn't have it on loudspeaker. They couldn't tell what you were saying. They could tell what you were saying, but they couldn't tell what you were saying, but they could hear your voice. It's not often you hear someone speak with an American accent here unless it's on TV. Well, one, I am concerned about the privacy of our conversation when we call now. And two, that's the gayest thing a man has ever indirectly ever told me. This guy is cartoonishly evil. No, sorry, Soup Dog. It's a rough one. Godspeed, dude. Take care. There are certain things that men don't say to each other. That is one of them. And that falls under things you should keep to yourself. If he made such comment. Well, I'm sorry, but men here don't work that way. Ah, so glad to see you don't care on how that makes me feel. My friends compliment you and it turns you into a shit mood. I know exactly how you feel. It's kind of fucking creepy to be told that, like it's nothing. Bruh, now he's the victim. Okay. Is it gay to voice act? Since when? Oh yes, that part. He asked me to put makeup on when we video called because I wasn't pretty enough without it. I was comfortable enough to be my human self around him before this, not wearing makeup, wearing PGs, not doing my hair. He would often call me ugly when I did this. There was a time he was around his friends and wanted to video call me, but I wasn't wearing makeup and I was wearing a dressing gown. I had just got out of bed. He told me to go put on makeup because I wasn't pretty enough for him. What the hell? So here she's talking about it with somebody. He has really high standards, told me to put makeup on when we video called because he wanted to talk to the pretty me. Oh, she says this is her venting to her brother. My brother heard everything my ex was putting me through and I was able to reconnect with him after my ex cut me off from him. Another time he said I looked stupid and pulled weird faces when I was working on art commissions while video calling him. He just often made unsavory comments about my looks. It damaged my view of myself permanently. The depression in this situation caused me to experience recurring sleep paralysis, and sometimes I saw hallucinations in the room I confined myself in. After he manipulated me into feeling like I can't live without him, he broke up with me every time things didn't go his way to mess with my emotions and forced me to change for him. I was in a spiraling loop of negative feelings. Oh my god, we're almost done. Let's go. Last mile, guys. Last stretch. You're fucking single now. Well, okay, so this is him telling her that she's single because he's breaking up, I suppose, and this is her talking with somebody else about it. Well, he dumped me, want to chill in my room with me, and Redacted. Why did he dump you though? You did so much for him. Our relationship was unhealthy and my depression just increased, which caused me to lose motivation in living. Apparently I didn't do enough. Oh man, you did so much even for a long distance relationship. Did your relationship cause the depression, make it increase? Again, talking to my brother about one of the instances where this happened, it breaks my heart to read the past me talk about not wanting to live. I'm grateful for getting away from all of this and being alive today and given an opportunity to become my real self. I can't read this. I experience trigger when people are rage gaming because it somehow forces my brain to believe that Redacted is back to shouting at me and belittling me, but I don't tell people because I should get over it. He tried to get me to quit my university degree to live in the States with him. Oh no, 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 no. I was nearing the end of graduation of my university degree. I just spent 2 years working towards. He was impatient and needed me to live with him in America ASAP. Luckily, I was set on finishing my degree before making any life-changing decisions like that, but he berated me over it. But I thought he wanted her to be intelligent and to bring things to the table. So, shouldn't he want her to finish her degree? So then fucking go. I can't break free until I've graduated. Says who? Says me. I'll do better in life moving to America with a finished degree than dragging your ass down with no education. No job. I'm not ready for it yet. Oh, you really think I will let you drag me down? How stupid do I look to you? Damn, this guy takes everything as an insult. You realize I wouldn't bring you here unless you can continue your education? Dumbass, I don't want a useless wife. He often talked to me about how much of an awful person his ex-wife was and compared me to her. He talked about how I was just like his ex-wife, and okay, that's another tip to chat. If you're in a relationship and somebody's always bringing up their ex or talking about how awful they were, that's a red flag. Because healthy and balanced people usually have good relationships or somewhat neutral relationship with their ex. And most of the time, it turns out they were in fact the if they try to paint you the other person as, oh, they were crazy, they were blah blah blah, they were they were this, they were that, they were probably the one doing that. And also, you can have a bad relationship with your ex, but like you wouldn't constantly bring this baggage into your relationship. And also, you just don't want somebody with a lot of baggage. Yeah, this is a Fruit Files Razor Wind. Red flag, that's a red carpet to walk away. I just only wonder why she decided to reveal all of that now after so much time. He talked about... Okay, where were we? Okay, yeah. He talked about how much of an awful person his ex-wife was compared me to her. He talked about how I was just like his ex-wife and how I reminded him of her all the time, while also saying the most awful things about her. That's cool. Oh yeah, she was such a bitch and a crazy asshole and a psychopath, and you're just like her. I was like, thanks. He made me believe she was a terrible person with how many negative stories he shared with me regarding her, and then made me believe I was just as bad. I told him that I do not like being compared to other people regardless. I haven't been a twin my whole life. Oh, she's a twin. I didn't know. Then you became her. I used to be optimistic about everything. Oh, I know. Now you make me want to kill myself. With how you're not the awesome you used to be, and you do nothing to fix yourself, you're happy being a depressive woman. When it came to depression, I actually tried more than once to help myself. Went to see my GP about the depressive episodes, and she told me to sort out my relationship before she can help me, and sent me home. I was too scared to seek any help after that. And now I'm too scared to see a doctor about anything until something is physically wrong with me. I have much more proof of the abuse I faced back then, but I've been trying to make this document for a whole year now. I've decided there is no value in putting my time and energy into this anymore. I'm closing this chapter of my life. I've finally been able to come to terms with what happened and would like to move on. This is closure for myself. Oh, I guess this is... Okay, she's doing this for closure. I would like to focus on continuing to bring music, art, gaming to my community, and that is all I wish to do. After these events, I now suffer from depression, an increased level of anxiety, and agoraphobia. I struggle to deal with friends and family getting too close. I often drift myself away in fear of getting hurt again. The home I self-isolate in is my safe space, and VTubing, drawing art, making music, playing games is what I have found enjoyment in. I now know how valuable time is, and I won't take up too much of yours. Don't let others judge you on how you view people. Make judgments on your own term and by your own experiences. Thank you. What's a JP? Is it like a counselor? Yeah, she's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't know, will this document really swing public opinion for her? I think her haters, as we're seeing online, they're still gonna hate her, and her fans are still gonna love her. Might convince some people that are on the fence, but even if you do convince them, if they're not part of your audience, it doesn't really change anything. Oh, it's a family physician. Okay, thank you. Did she even actually cheat on him, or did she simply hook up with someone after the cycle broke up with her? I don't remember. I don't remember the original allegations, and I'm not even sure anymore, because that was a while ago. Like, they happened a while ago, but it also surfaced a few years ago. So, I don't want to say, I don't want to tell you just bullshit. I'd rather just tell you that I don't remember, because that's the truth. Hello, Momoko. What's up? What's up? How's it going? I'll say that she gets a lot of hate. But I'd also say that, and I guess some of it might be deserved, but I'll also say that some of the stuff that I've been seeing online is absolutely vile on her, and they're almost more annoying. It's almost more annoying than what she's done. So, there you go. That's my take. Those are claims that aren't proven. It's a lot of he said, she said with those things, you know? So yeah, there it is. The Fruit 90-page Google Doc. You know, make up your own mind about it. If you're a VOD watcher though, make sure to keep the comments respectful. We do have channel rules and YouTube rules and YouTube toss. And I'll probably try to convince my editor to censor some of the words so we don't get like partially demonetized. I think most of us have never watched her Nopity Nope, so you're okay. It's a bad situation overall. Yeah. Again, this is only one... This is a tidbit on only one of the allegations. I'm not sure if she's trying to disprove anything with this or if she's just telling her story. It's kind of hard to say because we're not in her head. It's all personal stuff, honestly, that should have never been a nerf in the first place. But now that it's here and it's out there, I had to read it. Yeah, she's still in Bishoujo. That was a wild ride, and it was tough to read. Yeah, it doesn't look like she's trying to excuse or disprove anything with it. Just seems like she wants to share that part of her past. I am extremely tired now, holy. I just had a down like crazy. She's just giving her side and have people understand her situation, that's all. Yeah, she's just laying down the fact and leaving it to the people to decide. We're not in her head, we didn't see the timeline, we see pirated timeline and telephone game time and time again without being there in person. That was an exhausting subject. Yeah, it was. Time to play some League. Ooh, wait, how'd you know I was gonna do that? I feel like it would have been better not to release it. Yeah, that's another topic altogether. Well, seeing the reception, I feel like it probably wouldn't have been better to release it. I feel like it, I don't know, guys. I'm kind of conflicted on that. Perhaps it would have been better to release it in response to when, you know, the accusations actually happen. Now it feels like putting a lot of attention on it from people who didn't know, because I saw a few people saying they didn't know, but most of the people did know. And but she does say, hold up, I just remembered, she does say that she's been sitting on this for a year now, and she's maybe now she's grown enough that she's okay talking about it. And does Rima stream League? I would like to. If it brings her closure, then fine. That's good for her. Good for her. I've played a few games of Dota too, and I got flamed, and my team said I was throwing, and I had no idea what I was doing. I thought I'd be like in a nuke game, but everybody knew how to play. Yeah, she said she's been conflicted and think about it for a year, and that she's closing the chapter with this. Yeah, I said that too. Yeah. So I think that's why. And yeah, like I said, you know, the haters gonna hate. I'm somebody that's very empathic. Is that the word? Of other people. I'm also somebody that likes to be challenged, to have my views challenged. And I, of course, never want this place to become an echo chamber. That's the thing I hate the most. So that's why I always seek varying opinions. So, you know, I invite you to make your own decision on this. Regardless of what you've heard or what other feels about it, doesn't matter. Your opinion is yours, and that's something people can never change. And aside from that, I think an exercise in not just criticizing for the sake of criticizing, not just hating for the sake of hate, but criticizing because you want meaningful change. And I think sometimes the internet loses track of that. It starts at being constructive criticism because we want meaningful change, and then it delves and develops into something that's just criticizing because we want to criticize power or influential people or people that are bigger than us. And for me, that's not the kind of criticism that is necessarily constructive. And in the end, regardless, just don't harass people. Exactly. And Rooster, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you so much. Japan's worst rated game is the League of Legends. Listen, that was community noted. That was a joke. It's really important to take a step back, think about the info, and wait for more info to come out before you take sides. Yeah, and really, I mean, we don't really need to take a hard stance on this because it's not our relationship, and we're not her viewers. So we're just here to get informed. Like, you don't need to go all in and bat for somebody for something that doesn't actually affect you. TLBR, DRB nice, not an ass. Yeah, exactly. Richard has fruit said something about the police, but is this kind of abuse even illegal though? Like, is this... I think it's just something that's not illegal, but morally reprehensive. When I met with Fruit with V Expo, she was very nice and doesn't feel like what the haters project her to be. She was very much at ease with Obi Catty Cat, Diariku, Bipsy, and Sarian. Oh, that's nice to know, Hackfish. Yeah, you met a lot of the VTubers at VExpo. It's technically not illegal. Is it? It's not illegal in America. If she locked her out of the house? Wait, really? Even if it's not her house, though? As far as abuse goes in the States, it varies. That was my other question. Is emotional or verbal abuse a legal thing? Like a legal term? Yes, but it's also very hard to prove. Emotional abuse is iffy. It varies depending on what is said. I guess that's a question for legal mindset. Would you say yes, Professor Keen? It is illegal? It's very hard to prove? It's sad that she has many nasty replies under her tweet about this. I think she expected this, and that's probably why she released this when she felt like she could handle it. I mean, if people dunk on her as a meme, I get it. But like, some people treat her like she's done worse than, you know, some people that like talk to children. It's like you can tell when somebody's dunking on somebody ironically, and then there are the schizos that take it too far and then dunk on them unironically. But I've seen this kind of wild rhetorics on Twitter all the time. It's doesn't just happen to Fruit, it really happens to everybody. Some people, yeah, some people are just unhinged. Armchair? Expert just raided me. Wait, you were streaming? What were you streaming about? Yeah, Malik. I was talking about cooked Bible stories. Interesting. From what I've seen, they had a very toxic and shitty relationship which should have ended earlier. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely. I think everybody here can agree with that. Finally, a successful raid. Oh, good job, Armchair Expert. Your first successful raid. I feel like there's no reason to post this other than try to gather sympathy or possibly preemptively defend yourself against some allegation that might come out soon. Isn't that too much like conspiracy theory to like predict that some allegations will come out soon? I mean, if the allegations do come out soon, and then we can change our opinion on this. But what's the point of like preemptively looking at it that way? Other than that, I mean, the only reason I could really see that is for the closure, as we've mentioned before, because otherwise Or maybe she thought it would be better be received, I'm not sure. Yeah, again, closure, that's important. Maybe she's trying to take back some control over that narrative. But again, it's all in the realm of speculations now. The thing that concerns me about this document is that it implies some degree of dependence on affirmation from strangers on the internet, which is not the sign of a good private support system. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I mean, I hope she has a good support system. Maybe she does, but at the same time, it's like, you cannot always ignore the things that's screaming at you. And that is something that even large YouTubers that have been doing it for many, many years, they still say that they get affected with things like that. So, again, I think this is perhaps her trying to gain back control over some of the narrative. Background music is a banger, thank you! I would expect this from an indie, but not a corpo VTuber when the corpo is as large as VShoujo. Or you would have preferred they do like the idol thing and, you know, not bring up drama to their official accounts. I see. Fair. Well, you should have seen the previous document we looked at before. I mean, VShoujo, they don't really control what the VTubers say. They kind of just... Yeah, they don't wrangle their talents. It's kind of a laissez-faire mentality. But her relationship was exposed on the internet regardless of her will. So, regardless of what she wanted, it was forced into the spotlight. And now she's just answering it. I don't think it's as deep as people are making it, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure I buy all the conspiracy stuff. Sure, it was already public. She was finally given her side with this, I think. Yeah, I just wish she'd done it sooner, but you know, it's fine. I'd much rather have people say what's on their mind. If they say do something bad, they should deal with the criticism, but I don't want, like, we can't talk about anything. We are commanded to be quiet. Yeah, you can hide behind the shield of your corporation most of the time for these VTubers, or, you know, NDA, sorry, I can't talk about it. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm gonna take off now. I feel like this conversation can go on forever, but I think we've like said all sides of the argument, and we've seen all opposing view. I've read like most of your comments. Aside from that, I think we're just gonna keep going in circle. But that was an interesting talk to have with you guys. Yeah, no, for real. And thank you all for watching. Fuck, I needed to rate somebody. Crap, forgot about that. Probably have time to, you know, play one more League game before going to bed. I know not a lot of people are talking about this because the opinion is very divisive on this, and you know, also because she has a lot of haters, so but I felt like it was important to talk. I mean, fuck, the tweet got what, 15 million views. 15 million views. I felt like it's almost like you have to try to avoid it, to not talk about it, you know what I mean? And might get some backlash, but hey, at least I was honest and I said my piece. Thank you for the compliment on my avatar. I mean, you know, I said my opinion on it. If you agree, if you disagree, that's fine. Just be respectful in the comments. That's kind of all I ask for. It's a good model. Thank you! Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Some people are saying that my lips are not synced with my voice, and I feel like it's pretty good, so I mean, if you guys notice it, let me know. I just wait until everything is out and make a judgment on my own. What I've been doing is that I do like a judged, or you know, based on the information that I have right now, which is this document. This is what I'm judging myself on. That way it doesn't lock you later on into the future. If more information comes up, it gives you room to change your opinion, because and it doesn't force you to like double down on your opinion that you don't agree with anymore. And I think that's just a good way to go about many things, where you just, you know, you don't make you know, broad statements based on information that could change. Make statements or from opinions on stuff that you have in front of you. You're looking to cope after the Twitch bans? I'll try to for the next stream. Oh, the mouth movement seems in sync. Okay, that's good. Alright, good night, guys. Thanks for chatting. Take care, everybody. I'm sending you guys to news channel. Now behave. Don't be too horny. Or be horny, I don't care. Good night.